to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we'll go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Igboje Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Igboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Aige Mokwede is married to Ofovoe Aige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also need to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the a headquarters of a company that produce the good outside the sea. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
First of all, be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL, like we say, add a hashtag in front of it, and it's SOUQ business landscape. Good morning once again. Again, we want to say Happy New Year. Thank you very much for being there through 2025. This is 2026, and we build and grow together. Today on this program, we'll be looking at the credit system. Banks are shouting. Bad loans are surging. Nigerians are not paying. Why? You'll get to talk about that here today. Then also the Petroleum Association of Retailers. They have come out to say, NNPC, show us some accountability. And we are asking, since when? Were you not part of the entire association before now? We want to hear your side of every of the story that will be happening here. Now, for those that are wondering, BYD is set, if not already, to overtake Tesla. China is not smiling. A whole lot is happening. The tax reforms have started. That bill have sailed, and implementation has started. Today is the second day of 2026. So everybody get ready. We'll get to talk about a whole lot of that on the table today. Again, my name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm not alone on this table. I have the fair one. He's here. Good morning.
Happy New Year to you, SOUQ.
Same to you.
Happy New Year to you, Lagos, Nigeria, and Happy New Year to Amin.
Yes, also Amin is here. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Happy New Year to you, sir.
You're welcome.
It's 2026.
Okay.
So don't forget, don't write, when you're filling a form, don't make a mistake to write 2025.
It depends on the form.
It depends on the form.
Okay. Okay. Once is something that will take money off you. Well, you're on your own. Now, let's get to credit system. Now, Nigeria's bad loans surge as CBN ends COVID era relief. Now, Nigerian banking sector, they've experienced a rise in bad loans in 2025. Now, this followed withdrawal of regulatory forbearance by the Central Bank of Nigeria. According to bank's latest macroeconomic outlook report, the relief measures initially introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic had helped cushion borrowers and reduce credit strain on banks. With the end of this temporary relief, the non-performing loans ratio in the industry rose to an estimated 7%, surpassing the prudential limit of 5%. This signals growing strain on asset quality across the sector. The CBN attributed the increase in NPLs, non-performing loans, to the full reclassification of previously restructured loans, stressing that the development underscores the need for stronger credit risk management and cautious lending in the post-pandemic recovery phase. We're still talking about post-pandemic recovery phase. Now, banks were one of the major beneficiaries of CBN reliefs, both to work, sustain, and also be able to also sustain businesses and people. Then after that particular thing, we are still seeing banks still shouting on, hey, we are finding it difficult to recover loans. Now let's talk on the side of the people. Are the people going through stiffer measures or stiffer real-life possibilities of not being able to really pay back this particular monies that they have taken? or there is just something that has to do either with trust or the risk is higher?
The answer is yes for both. So both sides of the equation, both the banking and the borrowers, they are all going through a lot. Let's start from the borrowers. The borrowers are borrowing at one of the highest rates in the entire world. There are countries that borrowing rates are as low as 2%, 3% in China, in India. That is why we find so many Chinese, Indian businessmen come to Nigeria to do business. And we cannot compete locally. Because if I'm running my business, I'm borrowing at 30%, and I'm competing with somebody that is borrowing at 2% or 3%. So he can bring down his profit margin because he only needs to pay 2% to his lender. But I need to pay my lender back 30% on the money. So my prices eventually is going to be higher because everything eventually won't be net profit. I need to pay back. So that is one. And on the end of the bankers too, there are so many bad debts for them. So they increase their rate. Lending in Nigeria has a lot of risk. And there is a solution to it. We are not just going to dwell on the problems. The solution to it is something that has been tested and trusted, and we've had few people advocating for it. Open and transparent banking. What does that mean? Nigeria needs to change the law such that within the financial institution, all the banks will have everybody's data, which is like credit rating, like credit reports. That's what they do in the advanced country, and that is why people can get a lot of loan even without collateral and at lesser rates, because banking is lending you from a more informed place with better data. So if they look at your cash flow, they look at not just from their own data, they look at across all the bank. That is the open and transparency banking, where the country gives bank the power to share your data with all the banks within the country. So which means if you go to Access Bank, for example, now, you take a loan, you are not servicing it well. If you go to UBA can see your data and they can know that you are a bad borrower. And they don't have to give you money that becomes bad. Because in Nigeria, what we see is somebody will take money from Access, they cannot pay. When the pressure becomes too much, they go to First Bank, they take the money, they pay Access, then they are owing First Bank, then they go to another place, or they don't even have to pay the entirety of the loan from Access, they pay a portion, then they spend the money. So you are owing, now you have bad debt in two banks, then you keep going like that. But if they have the power to see your data from this other bank, they don't have to fall into that kind of category. And the law, for example, now has provided the provision where with court order, even AMCOM, if a bank reports you to AMCOM, AMCOM has the statutory power to recover debt across your BVN, across all the accounts that is linked to your BVN. So, which is like, that's the whole idea of transparency, but this is a transparency policy that is coming after there is a bad debt. How about we have this policy before they borrow you, they see who you are across your BVN. Taiwo Oyedele was saying something yesterday that there's no better CV than your footprint, your digital footprint. So they can see your borrowing, your lending, your saving habit, everything. And there's a software that can look at your account and tell the bank the kind of person you are, if you are going to borrow or not, because the software can see when your salary comes in. The software can see how you spend your salary. The software can see how much you save from your salary at the end of the month. So they know, the software will tell them this is this kind of person. This person is disciplined. This person can pay back loan. Now, how does, if the bank has that kind of information to give them better decisions, the borrowing rate is going to come down because the risk reduces, because now they are borrowing from a more informed place. And again, what does it do for us? A lot of people will be able to access loan without having collateral, which is a major bottleneck and problems for SMEs and even regular people. They can't have access to money unless they have collateral. But if the bank is borrowing from an informed place with better data, better decisions, they don't necessarily need collateral, as we have seen in advanced country. Advanced country, if, for example, you make $3,000, $4,000 as salary a month, the bank will look at how much you spend. They can give you as high as $20,000 credit card to be spending. And the reason why they don't scream as much as us is because everybody has a credit card. So even when there's hardship, they can rely on the credit card. The credit card debt in America right now of all the consumers is $1.2 trillion. The GDP is $7 trillion. So which is about 15% of their GDP is what the consumers are owing. It's high, but they are not going to be screaming hardship like we are screaming here because everybody can rely on credit card. Everybody is owing credit card, and they are paying bit by bit. You don't have to pay a lot. The bank will tell you the minimum payment every month. So you just pay, so you can spend $10,000 from your credit card, and the bank will say your minimum that you have to pay in a month is $300 or $400, and you spend $10,000.
Okay. Now, these are systems that are working, tested a bit, and are trusted.
And that is why, you see, we are in a strategic position as a developing country because we don't have to do a lot of trial and errors. We can just look at the developed countries. They have tried so many things, some failed, some work. We'll just copy and paste and tailor it to our own society, what has worked there. So we don't have to, for example, if we want to draft a law around all of these things now, we don't have to draft it 5, 6, 7 times like they have done. We will just look at, okay, they tried to do this, it didn't work, they adjusted this. Then we will find a way to tailor it to work for our own society.
Okay. While we tailor it to work for our own society, now let's look at the bad credit. For some people, it's not like they have bad tendencies to accrue bad credit. It's just, maybe it could just be economic issues. It just,
business went bad.
Business went bad. And we've seen sometimes where government will come out to cancel debt. We've seen the cancellation of NNPC's debt by the federal government.
Yes.
Can federal government step in and say, okay, good and fine, let's see if we can cancel some of this debt? Or can the banks themselves say, okay, let's see if we can cancel some of this debt and have a new beginning?
That the government has done, okay, first of all, the government had played its own role by, allowing that loan forbearance, allowing the bad debt forbearance to take place from 2023, from 2020 rather, during the COVID-19, pandemic period. In the course of that period, where they were assisting banks till now, let's just say till 2025. So we can say that's about 4-5 years period where this actually held sway. And do remember that the banks themselves at this specific point in time, from around 2023, towards the end of 2022, 2023, downwards, they were declaring profits.
Some banks have always declared profits.
Great. So you could see that the ground that the government provided yielded some form of benefits to the banks. However, if you look at the level of borrowing as at that point in time, it was even beyond 27.5%. So how many people were coming forward to get those loan credit facilities from the banks themselves? And the banks have a knack for targeting those who has collateral. Even though it is not physical collateral, their names alone are collateral. They have businesses that can serve as collateral. Some of these individuals don't have to approach the banks. The banks approach them for this purpose. So I can say the government has played its own role. Now we have moved to this era where the loan has been going down from, the NPR rate has been going from the 28 to 27, 27.5. Now we are at 27.0. And you could see that they are taking their time because they are not running. Maybe this is one of the reasons they were considering. So the banks have made theirs. However, we need to point the limelight towards a different direction to the managing directors and the members of board in different banks that equally have this right to collect loans from bank that bypasses the normal credit assessment, regulation that has been put in place because they have some form of privilege remember vividly, Chooks, we had this conversation last year in 2025 that the banks, even some of the financial regulators were crying that some of these bank MDs and board members were abusing those privileges. So let's look at some of the amount of loans that these people that have the wherewithal to bypass the normal regulatory process and assessment measures to just go by virtue of their position in different banks to go and acquire these loans. Let's look at the percentage of the non-performing loans that is coming from that quarter. Let's look at the percentage from the non-performing loans that are coming from industrialists. Then we can look at the percentage of the non-performing loans that are coming from individuals whose borrowings are between 100,000 naira to about 5 million. Okay. Which is something that the banks can, take a look at. And let's look at industrialists that we're talking about, from 50 million, some SMEs to about 100, 200 million, 500 million. Let's look at it category by category so that we know where we should focus.
Okay, but we are also known for a fact that most major bad non-performing loans are coming from those cronies of board members in banks. That has even led to the failure of several banks in this country.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that we should look at that. Then we can now begin to tell the CBN and other regulatory authorities to raise the alarm like it did the last time that informed our conversation on this table, so we can begin to look at. Now, the percentage of the bad loans that was accepted within the threshold of 5% for financial institutions, now it has crossed to 7%. I think this is why the authorities are worried that, look, we need to pay more attention to this part. And we cannot say the government should go back. If the government is going to go back to bail out the institutions, the government should focus attention on the category of people they are trying to bail out. Is it going to be industrialists?
Okay. We know for sure that over time we've seen it happen where the bank will tell the major players, when we say major players, major people that have taking loans from banks, they will write off some of these loans. But can we see that also trickle down to the person borrowing 50, 100, 30,000? Because we don't see that kind of write-off easily on this set of people. But we see those kind of write-off when it comes to 100 million, 150 million. There is a negotiation somewhere, and after 2-3 years, we heard, okay, this bad loan has been written off. Can we see that also trickle down to the lesser borrowers?
The information I have about that is that for a lot of those kind of borrowers, I feel like they have a lot of small debts all over the place. So, for example, they open Bank A, they lend 50,000, 100,000, because some of these banks, they lend you without collateral if the money is small. They give you 50,000, 70,000, 100,000. You don't pay back, you go to Bank B, you open, you do that. I've tried to pay a couple of people that, I regularly pay, and then I want to send money. They say, no, don't send money to my OPO, I owe them. Do you understand? So some people, they open up to 3-4 banks. So even though they are not getting forgiven, the system has not provided a robust policy that provides their lenders to be able to collect across BVN, except with court order or when they report you to AMCOM. And they don't have time to report you to AMCOM if the money is not in millions and billions, like hundreds of millions and billions. So in a way, the system has protected this kind of people that we are talking about. And if they have integrity and dignity, they have enough time when they can pay back in 5 years, in 3 years, to actually pay back. Because I've never seen anybody that banks went to their house to recover 50,000 or they arrested them for 50,000 naira loan. I've not seen it.
Okay. Then lastly, go ahead.
Okay, so in regards to what Amin said, those people who are owing those small amounts, he also mentioned an instrument that banks being enabled by, is it the NIBSS, the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, through a specific instrument I'm trying to remember across BVNs that they can, if you're owing them and you've not paid for a specific period of time, probably they would have sent some of their customer service to put the call across to you maybe 3, 4, 5 times. Then if they've seen that you've not made any deposits, they can, send another signal by removing some of your monies you have in Bank B. And it is specifically stated there that this part is for part payment of the loan you are owing Bank A. And they've done that. So if those small borrowers are going to those conventional banks to borrow, their data is visible to these banks because they share information through some of these platforms, and they are told that you are not qualified to be given so-and-so credit. And it should come to your mind that it's because you are owing, except for the fintechs. Because I don't think we are operating a system where we've merged the fintechs with the conventional banks.
So what we have is a conditional transparency of data. At the time that you are applying for the loan, the only data the bank has is the record you have with them. So for fintechs, for microfinance banks, they even give loans in hundreds of millions based on their data of what you have. So if they look at your cash flow, they see how much you are grossing as a business. They can give you a loan without collateral based on your own transaction with them. And that can be masked. You can be owing 5 banks, and you just say, okay, I want to take money from this bank. So I'll make sure my sales goes to them. I will, manage them for 6 months, 8 months, or 1 year. And once they see that I make money regularly, I take loan, and I jackpot.
Okay. Is it possible, I'm still looking at those that are owing less than 500, is it possible, just like the credit card system in the West, is it possible for us to have a form of an instrument where we could just, okay, let's lump this person's loan together. It's 400. Now let's put it in a particular designate account and let the person know that, okay, out of this 400, try your best and do 50,000 every month or 10,000 every month. So that way it's not maybe this bank, that bank, that. This is just where the person's loans are. So try and start paying up this set.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, but I don't think we've created an agency to do that. In the developed country, they have collecting agents. So if the bank feel like the loan is going bad, so they have agency that they transfer the loan to. So the first thing the agency does is they freeze the interest. So the loan stop growing. And then the agency will now tell you that, how much can you pay? Then you negotiate. How do you want to pay it? And then they collect it, and then they write the rest off. So, but that is the bank saying, okay, this person is owing 1,000. So even if we can collect 200 or 300 is a plus, rather than writing everything off. And remember, when somebody is owing 1,000 is a bad loan, you find out that the real loan is maybe like 300. The remaining 700 is the interest that accumulates because you are not paying. So even when you now pay that 300 or 400, they still make profit on that. They get their capital back, and they still make small money enough to pay the collecting agent to now say, okay, you recover this loan, take 10%, take 20%.
Okay. But sorry, Chooks, that I had to come in here again. In line with, we have these laws that, okay, if this is the percentage of the loan, and about 28-30% is the profit that will be coming in monthly. And you've seen that the loan has grown for a while. Probably there are genuine reasons why this person, most especially if they are the small borrowers, can't pay back. Without, outsourcing the recovery of that loan to another agency, can the banks take it upon themselves to freeze the profit? Because when it keeps growing, and let's assume for 3 years, the person has not been able to get back its financial standing and is still trying to walk, but is crawling. The loan can get to an extent where, even if this person is going to now start paying back, it's going to be a life journey. So can we also have a law, since the government has granted this law, that your loans can be recovered from another bank account of yours if you're defaulting to pay this bank? But can we also get to the place whereby, okay, we cannot continue to let this interest to increase? Can we just stop it without, because it looks as if it is, from what Amin explained, that is the outsourced agency that actually negotiates that between the man who is owing and the financial institution, and bring them to a table for them to say, okay, let's freeze this. That initiative should also be an initiative by the same species of law that has given the overriding ability for the banks to also recover it through the central bank from other bank accounts. Because if we have it like that, then it can grow to an extent where the individual can know, because the individual can just like, for 5 years I've not paid this loan, and he looks at the amount, and that alone can defeat any other strength he has within to say, let me pay back, and it becomes a fugitive.
Okay.
It starts fleeing all over the place.
Okay. This is where we will get to talk about this some more. But hey, to all official lending channels, banks and other fintechs and some other bodies out there, Nigerians are going through a lot, especially in the last 2-3 years. A lot has happened, and we have a lot of businesses that have also gone down. For debts that are owed, we are of the opinion that payment will come from people that are genuine. And it's just a matter of time. Payment will come. And for those that are going out to borrow without the intent to pay back, the law is there. And 2026 is going to be very, very different. Now, let's keep going. Now, fiscal governance. Now, implementation of the tax reform is key to cutting borrowing and inflation. This particular one is coming from the federal government. And now the federal government has reiterated its commitment to fully implement Nigeria's newly enacted tax reforms. Now, they are saying that the tax reforms are essential to reducing borrowing and curbing inflationary financing and restoring public confidence in fiscal governance. In the statement issued on Thursday, the government maintained that reversing or delaying the reforms will undermine efforts to stabilize the economy. It noted that the new tax measures are central to creating a more sustainable revenue base and reducing over-reliance on deficit financing. Authorities also stressed that transparent and consistent fiscal policies are crucial to attracting investment and ensuring long-term macroeconomic stability. Now, these particular reforms are designed to broaden the tax net, improve compliance, and ensure equity in the system. For the next 4, 5, 6 months, we will dwell a lot on the new tax bill and its implementation. This is the second day of 2026. And a party has come to say, no, hold on to it. Another party has said, no, I think we should just cancel this for a while. We are hearing different opinions and different submissions from different places, but the government is saying, no, we are fully in it and we are implementing this. Now, let's now talk on the side of we that will be paying. Who am I going to hold accountable when tomorrow, after paying, and I'm not seeing my road fixed? Do you think the people will be strong enough to now have a voice to shout and say it's not going to happen?
It's not as simple as that.
Okay.
It is not simple as that. Because if we look at, even when we pay all the tax and we look at how much we get and we divide it per citizen, it's still a step in the right direction. So I feel like this tax law is just the low-hanging fruit when it comes to our bridging our revenue gap to get finance to where we need to be. Is hundreds of steps, and harmonizing our taxes and collecting it optimally is just one step out of 100 steps.
Okay.
As a country, our revenue is very, very low. There are still other sectors that we need to look into.
That will do way more better than tax.
That will do better than tax. But yes, we can raise our voices when, for example, from local government autonomy, we see how much comes to our local government. Me, as a Nigerian, I know my local government chairperson, and I know my local government allocation every month. It's about $500 million. So every month. If I look at local government in Kwara State, that's what comes to my local government.
Does it get there?
It's still vague. We don't know for sure because it differs from state to state. And some of the local governments, they are covering up for their governors, and we know why. The governors did the primaries, finance the campaign, and oversee the election. So he has the knife, he has the meat, he has the table, he has the power. So for a lot of governors, a lot of local government chairpersons, they are covering for their governors. In Oyo State, for example, all the local government chairmen came together and write a statement to say, Mr. President, don't pay us directly, pay Sheyi Makinde.
Can you imagine that?
So to go back to what we are doing, so we need to put more eyes on the money that is coming to the constituency that affect us. So for my chairperson now, for example, I know how much is coming. Then I will take my time to look for the information on what is he doing
with the monies that are coming.
Okay, how much is the monthly salary? Can we increase to pay more for these rural teachers, all these schools that fall under the local government? Then, okay, what are the capital projects that you are doing? That will now make us be able to ask him. Because he's a local government chairman, he does not have escort. He has just one official car and driver, and maybe a civil defense. So it's easier to approach. If you go to his office 5-10 times in a week, there is probability that you see him on 1 or 2 occasions. You'll be able to ask questions. Rather than the government house, you can't even come close. Or SOUQ. So let's start from there. Let's look at what they are doing with the money. So this money is not necessarily going to translate into good roads across the country. But it means there will be more money to deliver better on what we want. So it can be, okay, extra 5,000 or 10,000 salaries for teachers in the rural areas, in villages. It could be, okay, extra. The hunters in my village, they earn 5,000 naira per month, and those are the people that are supposed to stop bandits. So how will local government give them more money to earn at least minimum wage? So let's start from there.
Okay.
So, but eventually having a perfect road across the country is, like I said, is a lot of steps, which means we need to generate more revenue, not from taxing people, but from developing other mineral resource, agriculture, and other avenues to generate.
Okay. We will go for a very short break, and we will return back to this story. We are going to tax, and we will pay. I want to know how our monies are being used. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented the inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from these, Dangote from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SBL SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, join us on all the social media platforms. All of it, we are there. TikTok, we are there. Just go and look for SOUQ News Television. We are right in front of you. Follow us. And most importantly, share. Let your neighbors, your friends, and your co-workers know that, hey, this is the place for your business issues, your finance news, for stories that has to do with development. SOUQ News Television. Now, we're looking at the tax that for sure the federal government is saying we are going ahead and it's going to be implemented this year. And now we're asking this direct question. Are people going to participate more in governance right now, knowing fully well that their monies are being taken from source? Pray.
Yes, I think, well, one of the reasons, while I was listening to the chairman of the Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Yedele, he said Nigerians should be glad. You know, there's a way he talks, like it's a very happy thing for him, that way this tax reform is coming into play. And I begin to question the reason. Why is he happy? Doesn't he know that the average man in Nigeria feels there's this secret protest against the government that they are launching? We are paying tax. We want to see it work. We want to see it visibly manifest on the roads we drive. We want to see the presence of pipe-borne water. We want to see the presence of stable electricity in our country. We want to see this, that, and the other. They have high expectations. And when you come to tell them about tax, you know, you need to tell them what they stand to gain and what the government is going to use that money to do. But so he was talking extensively, and we can see some of the breakdown that Professor Olaoye posted yesterday, that if you are earning 3 million naira annually, this is the amount that from the old tax regime you are going to, the amount that you are going to be deducting annually from your tax is about, it runs into about 200,000 naira plus, but if not more. But now it has drastically gone down. So I think that in itself should give Nigerians and every average person who is earning between that threshold some form of relief. And also the other relief should go to some people who are earning and who fell outside the threshold of those that are going to be taxed. So they are not actually going to pay. I know they don't want to remain at that threshold. They want to get to the threshold where they are going to be paid high amount of money so they can pay their quota for tax. But this question keeps lingering. That look, when we pay our funds, when we pay our tax, when we fulfill our own public financial obligation, we want to see it manifest in different areas, in different aspects of our lives.
Do you see people coming out to now seek and demand accountability from government?
It depends
once this payment starts.
how much accountability, now I'm not going to answer it straight, how much accountability have we seen people at the grassroots level demand from political leadership?
By the time every month a deduction has started from your account,
because it's not about buying data and just going on social media to castigate the government and to speak about the government, even though you have the liberty to speak on that platform. But physically, you need to then belong to a political party. If you also belong to a political party,
you need to belong to a political party to ask the chairman questions.
Okay, fine. If you do not belong to a political party, then you have to participate at the activities that are taking place at the grassroots level and make your voice heard. You can belong to a civil society organization,
or a political party to go and ask my councillor what is happening to the
No, you don't need to. No, you don't need to. As someone who resides in that community, like he said, you can go to the local government office to ask questions, but you'll be more informed. Okay. You'll be more informed if you belong to a political party or you belong to a civil society organization. I said more informed. I said more informed. If you can belong to these places,
no, sir.
Because number one, you get first-hand information. Number two, opposition political parties are supposed to constitute the people who will be moving these and championing and holding people who are in authority to accountability.
Hold on.
Yes.
Let me paint this picture. As we speak now, every one of us here are paying tax. But now, this new tax reform is going to capture more people that have not been paying tax.
Okay.
Now, more markets people that have maybe just been paying levies now will pay tax in one form or the other. Now, at the end of January, a deduction is going to happen from your account. Let's say the deduction is happening from 2,000 people. Now it's going to happen from 100,000 people. Don't you see where people now stand up and now say, okay, good and fine. We need to participate and ask questions.
Okay, market people that are not grossing 200, they are not going to pay.
Yes,
most
definitely.
of the people on the lower side are not going to pay. But I like the debate that is going on around this tax regime, even though for a lot of people in the lower class, it reduces their burden. But there's going to be more civic duty and responsibility from the citizen and accountability. Like in the advanced country, if your governor, your mayor, or some buy a car, you see a lot of citizens' right to say, I'm not paying tax so you can drive a comfortable car. You just need a car that gets you to work to get the job done. If you know you cannot drive in a regular car to get the job done, let somebody else that can drive in a regular car. You don't need a luxury car. So we will be more informed because we will see that car as your blood and sweat. And you say, no, I did not pay that kind of money so you can drive in a bulletproof car. If you cannot make this city safe for you to ride in regular cars, then let somebody that can do it. The solution is not for one man to drive in a bulletproof car while the rest of us will sleep with one of our eyes closed. So I believe that especially for young people and especially in this digital age, more people are going to want to know where their money is going to and what the government is doing with their money. And they will have the confidence to challenge the government to say, hey, this is my money. Conversations in advanced country, everywhere they say, oh, the tax money, the tax dollar, the tax money, because everybody is paying and everybody sees it as their money and everybody criticize government spending and projects personally because they feel like my money is there. So they criticize it to say, no, this is. And that way, the government, they think well. They consult wide before they make decisions and they think about what the public, what the outcry will be like. I gave an example of the FBI director that wants to make BMW his official car. People are asking, why would you do that with our money? You say, okay, I'll buy it with my personal money. They say, no, even that office does not belong to you. It represents America. You have to drive American car. You cannot make a German car your official car. So the people, they hold them accountable. They see everything as their money. But right now, the way we operate, average Nigerian sees the money, even though we say, oh, the money is from oil, the oil belongs to all of us, we still kind of see the money like it's government money. Whatever they want to do, they do.
Until the deduction starts coming from your account.
Okay. But you are making it sound as if we've not been paying tax before now. We have been paying, but we've been paying tax.
Few have been paying.
Okay, so SOUQs. No, when we start talking about accountability, we look at it from different strata.
Okay.
And trust me, whilst you are going to get grassroots participation to ask questions like he is talking about and want to make sure that their voices are heard, we need to have a scenario where an opposition political party is also taking this up. Now, and this is the reason why they need to take it up, because they look for loopholes and the lapses in reforms that are being implemented by the government in power, both at the central, the subnational, and at the local government level. Look at it very well and criticize it. Now, if you look at this specific tax law that we are talking about, Taiwo Yedele said, we know that education, food, house rent, there are two other categories.
Transportation, that will not be
transportation and pharmaceutical, they will not be. VAT would not be on them. Tax will not be on them. So even if you establish a manufacturing hub, if you establish a factory, and you buy machineries for which you are going to pay VAT on them, the building or any other thing you are going to pay VAT on them, it says they are going to return back that money to those who are running the factory. That means to the entrepreneur or to the businessman who are running that factory, because it's either if he's using it to produce food, bread, pharmaceuticals, and all of that, because the government is going to pay back the tax. And is going to pay back the VAT on those taxes, because they don't want you, if you are being taxed, to pay a VAT on them, because they don't want you to carry it out to tax those people who will come into that to buy the pharmaceutical from your store, to buy the bread, or to buy the food products that you actually processed, because they don't want to add that. So they are going to pay back that money. Now, these are the kind of information these people need to have, so that by the time they go to some of these stores to purchase these items and they look at their receipt and they see VAT, they tell them, look, no, you can't charge me for VAT because of these things I just mentioned, because the government said it's not taxing this. Apart from the fact that the people need to be informed, people who are doing businesses within these 5 areas are going to be empowered to do more business. Okay. Those who are coming into the agricultural space.
Yes. Hold on. Let's now face some real facts. By the time you walk into any of these major retail shops in Nigeria, till tomorrow, they are still charging VAT.
Great. Now, this is 2026. And from what we have, or from what we know, since yesterday, this tax law has started implementation. So that means stop taxing these items.
I am telling you, as of yesterday.
Now, let's start talking about implementation. Implementation is what you are talking about.
Okay.
So now, what are the instruments that the government has put in place to see some of these industrialists or some of these manufacturers, these owners of factories are going to, try to look at the lapses for putting in VAT into their charge to the final consumer, when under the law they are not being taxed for VAT, when the government is going to return their VAT? Have they applied for the return and the refund of their VAT? Has the government done that? So why are you then putting VAT on the part of the final consumer? So you can see that it is a chain, that both the final consumer, the businessman himself, and the government, there needs to be a connection, a nexus, for us not only define it, but to also make sure that it's smooth operation and implementation of this tax law.
Okay. For people in your class that earn over 1.52 billion in a month.
What about people in your class?
Well, I'm talking about you right now. Take us out of the picture. We look forward to, when you go to some of these department stores, we need this information to be able to let people know.
Who do we report them to?
Who do we report? That's another major question. Who do we report them to? Who do we really report them to?
Okay, great. So what are that's why the government cannot just do this. What are the regulatory regulatory agencies?
Mr. Priye,
yes.
Government policies and the Constitution and Government Act is a living document. What do I mean by living document? It's something that is subjected to change based on feedback. Now you've figured out a question. Maybe it's provided for, maybe it's not provided for. If we raise our voices, government can make provision for it, or government, we don't have to suspend it. It's like a bicycle.
I'm not advocating for suspension.
you just say government cannot just do that. They can do that. We need the.
No, I'm talking about the implementation. So if the government is anticipating this and we've spent a lot of time on this, then why can't is it something too difficult? Don't they know that in the implementation process of these are some of the brick walls we are going to be?
No, sir. There is no perfect.
I'm not advocating for suspension.
There is no perfect document.
You troubleshoot and reboot as you go.
Exactly. That is why we have a National Assembly, and they have been paid round the clock, so that if there is a problem, they can sit and decide on our behalf. We don't have a part-time National Assembly. Their job is full-time. And what is their job? To make new laws, to amend laws. So, like you said, you troubleshoot, you fix it. We keep going.
Okay. For the time being, let's move ahead on this particular issue, because these tax reforms that have started, we have to do a whole lot of debugging. That's the term we'll be using, a whole lot of debugging, till at least we'll get our channels and get it right and keep moving. Now, oil refining as it comes to local. Now, Petrom, that's the association in charge of selling fuel to me and you that get to buy. They are demanding full accountability for 11.35 trillion refinery rehab spending. Now, this question begs for a lot of answers. The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Petrom, has called on the federal government to provide a full account of the estimated 11.35 trillion spent on rehabilitating state-owned refineries. The association warned that the continued lack of transparency is eroding confidence in the petroleum sector and worsening Nigeria's energy insecurity. Okay, now, let's stop this. We'll move to the next story, but let's talk about this a bit. If you remember very well, this same Petrom had issues with Dangote. That happened to be a private refinery. This association and its allied associations came up and told us just last week that Port Harcourt refinery was giving them 15 trucks of diesel. Where exactly are they right now? We need to really know, are they really fighting for on behalf of their personal business, or are they really asking for direct accountability of federal government, or this is a relevance issue?
Everybody has an interest, and interest changes. So we should just focus on the information. If we have other information, we do our own research, we'll counter the argument. But it looks like they have a lot of information that we are not privy to, because I'm still yet to recover from the news of how they lift diesel from the Port Harcourt refinery. So there's definitely something that is not adding up there. So what is the size of the storage facility that is there? Can the storage facility actually hold the diesel that can serve, 15 trucks a day for about 10 months or 8 months thereabout? Then if that is not the case, are they illegally producing? Because we know that for so long, Nigeria has been paying salaries and overhead on those facilities, and we've not been making money off of it. So does it mean that we have been paying overhead for a refinery that only works for a few? Those are the questions that we need to ask, and this is where civil societies and even indigenes that have the means and the resources to do a research. This is where press comes in, the investigative journalism, to find out, to see that, okay, government pays salaries and overhead on these facilities because they say they don't want to lay those people off, the people that work at the facility. But it's going to be a very, very grave crime, very great crime, if this refinery is working only for selected few and all the Nigerian citizens are paying salary to run a company that only functions for a selected few. It's not even, the company is even a collective asset of everybody. So how are we own the refinery, we are paying the salaries and overhead, but only selected few are getting product. So this is what we need to look into. So Petroan is speaking from a lot of information that we don't have access to. So this is the time where we need to, do our own homework so that we can be properly informed to engage Petroan.
Okay. Now, properly informed to engage Petrom. Just short, because we are going to return our next story. This particular association, as beautiful as they are, as hardworking and servicing the economy as they are, we know very well that they are higher aligned to importers of petrol products. So right now, are you seeing any conflict of interest in this particular publication of theirs?
There is, well, for this particular publication of theirs, I don't really know how to respond. But it's, whether it's from them or other operators, there is always personal interest, because personal interest is what drives business. These are business people. And if they are telling us that the government should come and give, you know, what's it called, to give an account of the estimated 11.35 trillion naira on the rehabilitation of state river, and they are holding the government to account. But if there are also people who are benefiting from the importation of fuel, then it could also be read by other people by just looking at them that, okay, why are they requesting for this? Earlier on, like you said, it was seen as if they were taking the same side with NNPCL, with the government, that they are taking the same side with the government against Aliko Dangote. And now they are turning the other way around. They say, okay, please give an account of this, that, and the other to the government. So could it be that the government has taken a step that they feel is tilting towards their competitor? That's a question we need to answer ourselves. Okay, so of what interest, of what benefit is this to them? Okay. That is one question we should ask. Then we can know from where this question they're asking is coming back. And I think I am a little bit glad that the fight against Dangote seemed to be simmering or seemed to be fading away.
Don't you think maybe
little by little?
We don't need that fight to fade?
Well, no, we need competition, but we don't need the fight. Okay, so competition, I don't want to see the competition. I don't want to see the competition. I want to see it as competitive. But competitive in the sense, when you look at Dangote, you begin to ask yourself, how many petrol marketers or the people who are operating in that industry for the past 20 years, you know, and have thrown in $10 billion worth of investment in that space?
Okay. Hold on to that particular one, because I think this should be a food for thought. We should go back and ask ourselves this particular question. All of them combined, how many of them
have put half of what he did?
Put in 10 billion in that particular, have invested 10 billion in that particular.
In 2 decades, for the past 20 years.
Not one of them. All of them. Now, still talking about Dangote, let's get down to oil distribution. Now, Dangote Refinery is driving West Africa's emergence as regional trading hub. West Africa is rapidly evolving into a major refining and trading hub, largely fueled by Nigeria's 650,000 barrel per day Dangote Petroleum Refinery and strategic government policies aimed at refining self-sufficiency and export growth. According to reports by August Media, the report highlighted that the privately owned Dangote Refinery has significantly disrupted traditional refined product supply chains, reducing the region's dependence on imported fuel. This shift is reshaping trade patterns with West Africa, now positioned to supply refined product both locally and internationally. Okay, let's go ahead. If you remember, there was this particular story of a young custom man somewhere in the north, one of the borders, that had to stop trucks during the era of subsidy and fuel importation. And the story just continued. He was arrested, he was taken to Abuja, he was declared clinically insane and all that. But right now, we are now producing fuel and refining in Nigeria. That particular kind of business is no longer what concerns us. If you want to sell to anywhere, that's your business. Sell as much as you want. Nobody is now taking money off us via subsidy and now going to sell to the next country. Do we see things getting better this year as more refineries are coming on board?
Yes, most definitely. Most definitely, things are going to get better. When more refineries come, we will be able to physically and policy-wise address fuel importation. Will be justified
to now put tariff on imported petroleum product, and nobody will see it as a policy that helps one businessman become monopoly in that sector. Because once there are 2-3 operators, it becomes an industry. It becomes the petroleum refinery industry. It stopped being Dangote refinery. And then when we do tariff, it cannot be politicized because now the government is protecting the industry. And that means more job, that means more FX, that means more self-reliance, energy, and that means even more power within our sub-region. It means we'll be able to effectively supply petroleum products for all the countries in ECOWAS with the 3 refineries. And then it now means more emerging sub-industries because we can get up to 10,000 products from crude refining. So I believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll start seeing companies that are producing byproducts from crude oil that will rely heavily on, all these refineries to produce pesticide, insecticides, petroleum jelly, body cream, candle wax. There are so many, about 10,000 different produce. Even some of them we will not be consuming. It will be mainly for export. So it is something that is going to, by God's grace, be a game changer for the destiny of this country. I'm seeing more jobs. I'm seeing a stronger dollar. I'm seeing...
Stronger naira or dollar?
I mean, I beg your pardon. I'm seeing a stronger naira because there will be, it means more FX inflow, and we don't have to spend a lot of FX on petroleum products for one, and some of the other byproducts that we are likely going to be producing. And we have more leverage even in the global politics because we will become a power hub, at least for our continent and for our sub-region.
Okay. Okay, Priye, let's now look at our West African and beyond West Africa. Angola, Ghana, do we see a situation where they will give us crude and we'll refine for them?
We need to really expand our refining capacity. That's the case. I know, yes, Dangote is moving, is working on an expansion program. And those who are looking forward to coming into the system too will be taking a look at that. And I know from what we've seen so far, our experience should let us know that the African market is there for us to tap. 54 nations in the country. How many of us, some of the few countries you just mentioned that are producing locally, so how many of us coming together can satisfy that market in its own? And do remember that India's energy demand has grown.
Definitely.
It has grown wide. And recently, if not for the intervention of President Trump, the way and manner they are, patronizing the Russian oil has, really gone down because they've diversified to start importing from the United States. We also need to show some form of, we need to go out there to have a conversation with them, most especially since we are now having conversation with OPEC that, look, we need to, increase our quota.
That has been done already.
Yeah,
but we're not meeting it.
Fine, because the market is there for us to not only supply our domestic market and also go to the African region, but also externally at the same time. So those who are coming to the market need to put this into consideration because they have the market is just there for them.
What about other African countries, West African countries, crude to Nigeria refine and send back?
Yeah, that's where our refining capacity we need to expand.
Do you see Port Harcourt, Warri, Kaduna coming back online?
Oh, well, if you look at it very well, most of the time...
Look at your crystal ball right now.
Most of the time... I don't have one. Most of the time when we say...
look into your basket of waters. Do you see?
Most of the time when we say these guys are coming back, then we tell you, in 2 weeks, we tell you that, we are not doing 50%, we're not doing 70%.
All those were rhetorics that were not true.
Before you know, from 70%, we have now faded away to completely nothing. That seemed to be the back and forth.
Do you see them really coming back?
Back and forth. Are we going to give that to private Are we going to, outsource the operation of these refineries to hands that will produce results with them?
Okay, Ojulari has come up to give us timelines and say, okay, this is what we're doing with the refineries. This is where we are. As we speak right now, we are taking information onto what is doable and what is not doable. Do you see those refineries coming back? Be it in government hands, be it in private hands. Yes, no?
Everything is a possibility, but personally, even though I'm not an oil expert, but based on the information, that I've gathered on my own, personally, I feel like those refineries needs to be scrapped. If government, NNPC is now
taking off government hands or scrapped.
NNPC is now operating as a private company. So if they do their assessments and they can find the money that is not coming from federal government, get investors to build a new refinery with new technology. Because the problem, we need to look at the problem. The problem they have now is they are refining on old technology that the refinery was built with many years ago. And it's not like the refinery is not producing. The refinery is producing at a price that is not competitive. Dangote is selling for around 739.
699.
That's the retail price. I'm talking about the retail price.
Okay.
So NNPC has retail outlets. Their fuel is going to get to their retail outlet for about 1.1, 1.2. What is the point? Nobody is going to buy. So it's not like we need to reiterate that the refinery is working. It just cannot produce at a competitive price because it's our old technology. So they need to...
Is it because it's an old technology or because the money is put down there to revamp and turn it were spent and they didn't do the job?
And you don't have an evidence to that, but
money was given to them.
Money was spent on it to revamp. Was it revamped? Yes. Let's stay.
Was it?
Hold on. Let's stick to the facts.
Was it?
Hold on. I'm getting something.
Okay.
Somewhere. Let's stick to the facts. Money was allocated for it to be revamped. Was it revamped? Did it produce? Yes, it was produced because multiple sources went to the facility to inspect, and they said it's producing.
Yes,
right? Hold on. No, there is the NLC there. There's so many civil society.
They have come out
excuse me,
one
sir.
after the other to debunk that this production.
I disagree with you. I saw the interview of the head of the Nigerian Trade Union. He said he went to the facility.
We saw the interview of Ahmed Farouk before he was sacked.
Okay, I'll stick to what I know.
Okay.
This is my own fact.
Okay.
They all went at different times. Even press, even the biggest press, they went there. Mm-hmm. They see crude go into the refinery and they see it come out. The only news outlet in this country that challenge and that have information is the Arise News that said they are not doing full refining. What they are doing is blending. Mm-hmm. And the blending is allowed. It does not mean the fuel is not good. It just means that it's a shortcut way to get the product.
It's not refining. That's not blending. Is not refining.
Okay. before we take this particular talk somewhere else, let's move ahead. We want to see Nigeria work. So wherever the argument takes us, we will deal with it. We just want to see Nigeria work. Now we will go on a very, very short break. Very short. And when we return, SBL will be right in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is still SBL, and now we're going straight to manufacturers. Now, Nigerian manufacturers, they slashed their bank loan exposure by 2.17 trillion in 1 year. 2025, 2026, beautiful things are happening. Now, manufacturers in Nigeria reduced their exposure to bank loans by 2.17 trillion, between June 2024 and June 2025, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the CBN. Now, these particular figures indicate a strategic shift by industrial players to deleverage amidst rising interest rates and tighter credit conditions, as monetary policy remained focused on curbing inflation and stabilizing the naira. Analysts say the decline reflects both cautious borrowing by manufacturers and reduced lending appetite from the banks amid a riskier macroeconomic environment. Gentlemen, if the manufacturing sector in 1 year have reduced the amount they are taking from banks by 2.17 trillion, not billion, trillion, does this in any way tell us something positive?
Yeah, it tells us something positive. And like I said in the earlier story, Nigerian average interest rate in Nigeria is 30%.
Exactly.
And you are competing with Chinese and India that have 2%, 3%.
And Japan sometimes gives at minus interest rate.
So what are you talking about? So, and that is why we've talked about this severally. If you look around our industries, it's filled by foreigners because they have cheaper capital to operate. So I believe these manufacturers, they are finding a way to access cheaper money too.
So where do you think they are looking at?
Well, they are looking at foreign countries. They are looking at equity from foreign partners. So if you are a
foreign companies, equity from foreign.
Yes,
okay.
And there are so many hedge funds that put money into Nigeria now. They are not even, they give them at cheap interest rates and they want their money back in 10 years.
2.17 trillion is a lot. If the industries have stayed away from this in 1 year, is a whole lot.
So this report is
what about smaller SMEs that can't even borrow at all because of the interest rate? How can they scale?
That's why in our earlier story, we have to review our interest rates. And we cannot just review the interest rate without protecting the banks. The reason why it's so high is because the propensity for bad loan in Nigeria is very high because the banks, they are borrowing blind. So until we have an open and transparent banking where they can see data, they know who to borrow, we cannot have a reduced interest rate yet, and with the rate of inflation that we have. So the banks needs to, and before now, there is no stability in our currency too. Most of the bank shareholders are investing with USD. So if you invest and you don't cut your profit so high, the person that is investing in dollar will not make profit because in naira value, they might make money, but when they convert it, it might get to loss. So this is why the interest rate is high. The government is doing what they can do within their power to give us a stable FX. That is one. Secondly, the banks, they are still borrowing blind. They are not sure of who is going to default, what loan is going to become bad. So they have to make sure that if they give out 10 loans, if 3 goes bad, the 7 that is good can pay for the 3. That's how they stay in business.
Okay, why they stay in business that particular way? Let's still go back to this 2.17 trillion. We want to see a thriving industrial sector. Now, since this data is out there, definitely the government and those within government, like you always say, they have good heads. They know. How can they make up for this particular one through banks of industry, banks of agriculture, that will not give people loans at the ridiculous interest rates we have in this country?
Well, first of all, he has mentioned some of the few sources that some of these industrialists or the manufacturers can go to as an alternative.
Have been going to, not can go to.
Yes,
not all of them might have that opportunity.
Opportunity, yes, as an alternative. And he also talked about how MNCs, foreign multinational companies, and foreign investors will come to set up their investment here by way of establishing factories and all of that come with a huge capital chest with foreign currency denominations, and when they compete with local manufacturers, they dwarf them completely, and you can see them snatch the market and the buyers away completely from their hands. So what are they going to do? This is where the government needs to come in. Now look, just the way it has said that, okay, SMEs that have yearly annual turnover that is not up to, is it about 250 million or so? I'm trying to remember the amount. that they are exempted from those form of taxes. This is how it needs to equally, and that is a way to allow them to grow and to also compete. Then if there is local competing products that, okay, we have Nigerian companies manufacturing X, Y, Z, and we have foreign companies coming into the space to also carry out the same manufacturing, to manufacture the same products, and we can tell that the Nigerian products can serve that purpose very well. Sometimes, yes, it's for new capital, it's for us to equally cater to the new people, the unemployed, so that we can provide enough employment for them. But yet, we don't have to allow them to operate at the same level.
Why?
Because we need to allow domestic companies to thrive.
Why? They are all companies situated here in Nigeria.
Yes, but we cannot, sorry, that playing field cannot be level.
It has to be level.
No, they have more capital.
Did they tell you not to have more capital?
No, see, there's something about protecting local industries.
Because what makes it a local industry? What makes it local industry is situated in our country. They employ Nigerian labor. What the government can do, what we've seen other countries do, is protect how they cannot just remove their money. So, yes. For example, while it is favorable, all your money is here. So if we have a slight problem, the government needs to protect our economy such that you can't just remove your money and just go, just like that. So because it's going to be a for better, for worse relationship.
We don't like for better, for worse.
Okay, but I mean, you see, this non-reparation that we're talking about.
It's not non-reparation, it's conditional reparation policies.
That we're talking about, it held sway in the aviation industry.
No,
look at where that.
The aviation industry was that the FX was not there.
Okay, so
as of that particular point in time.
So it held sway in the aviation industry.
No, that is different.
It also, you know, the government.
That's not the. Excuse me.
And now we've allowed it to go. We have allowed it to go on. Where we've removed the bar, the bar.
Okay.
From that operation.
Is different. Now, in the aviation industry, those airlines are not Nigerian operating airlines. They are foreign airlines that just land in Nigeria. It's different. It's different from producing biscuits in Nigeria. And at any slight distance, I want to remove all my money and just travel. No, nobody does that. Or I'm a real estate person, and at a slight thing, I just want to liquidate all my assets and just go. No, that is what we are talking about.
The multinationals that are operating in this country, the government allowed them to do that. Those are part of the conditionalities for which they come in. Some of these multinationals that come in, sometimes we give them free land. Just a moment. Okay. How many domestic companies have we given free land to run that same way?
Okay,
because then we have seen the lopsided, policy in that specific case.
If you are attracting an investment from outside, you also play your part to lure them in.
Yes.
So if the land is part of what you use in luring them in, there's no issue. There's no issue with that. If we live here and go to China, China have told us, hey, come with your naira, we accept it.
Okay, so
I don't know if you understand.
No, we can.
Okay, now can we look for? This is my question. How can we bridge this 1.17 trillion?
How can we bridge it?
Yes. How can government? We have Bank of Industry. We have Bank of Agriculture. We have several banks that are specifically government funds to specific industries. Is it possible and they don't lend at the rate at our local banks lend? Now people cannot access this kind of money, this differential that we've seen in 1 year, June 24. And June 25.
Choose.
Can we now see a kind of, even if they are not holding on to getting up to this, but that industry can be able to assess half, a quarter, 10% or 100% of this particular differential through this government establishment?
Let me point out that this is a whole systemic problem. If America is lending at 5%, 6%, 7%, and people are even complaining. I think the interest rate in America right now is 7%, and we are 30%. The government cannot just slam the hammer to now say, okay, borrow at 5%. We have to get there.
Bank of Industry is not giving you at 30%.
So what is the vote strength of the Bank of Industry? How much do they even have for the entire year? When we are talking about 2.7 trillion, Bank of Industry does not have that kind of money to bridge the gap. They don't have it.
Now,
if I were the government...
If you look at Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, they should have that.
But
this is less than $2 billion.
It's a poor country.
This is less than $2 billion.
But we don't have it. Our entire revenue is 15 billion. Where should the money come from? Are you saying we generate 15 billion for all our social and everything, and we give 2 billion to Bank of Industry?
Hope you know the revenue is spent.
I don't understand what you mean.
The revenue we generate,
yes,
we spend.
That's what I'm saying.
But
we don't have the money.
Spending it.
We don't. Yes, but you want to invest the money. But you cannot be investing money. It's like a father that has 7 children that will go to school.
Okay.
Although and you've not paid school fees, and you want to invest money, it makes no sense.
Okay, but we can borrow 10 billion to spend.
Yes.
I wasn't expecting you to answer that.
No, hold on. Okay. Get it. Like I said, you are the head of the family. You have 7 children, and they've not eaten, they've not gone to school, and you want to invest. No.
You have to find a way of
balancing. Yes.
Also remember that the federal government, through the Central Bank of Nigeria, have instruments that they, advance or by way of directive to commercial banks on the sectors to be focused in giving out loans and to advance credits to.
Yes, that's on paper.
Oh, why must it be
but even the money,
the commercial banks don't obey it. The commercial banks don't even obey
hold on. Let's get something. Even the money the commercial banks are borrowing, it's not money from the government. It's money It's the money that comes from America, from foreign, China, from different investors are investing in Nigerian banks so they can borrow at a profit.
Okay, but see, now that we have a recapitalization policy here and the banks are running with the same vision, it's an instruction that was given by the CBN. The CBN, within the same capacity, will give that instruction because they want local industries to do well. Advanced credit loans to manufacturers, to farmers, advanced credit loans to do, of course, the same rate, but they do not.
You cannot give what you don't have.
Yes,
you cannot give what you don't have.
We understand. We are just saying, how can we get this?
That's some of the way we can abridge that.
There's nothing wrong with accessing funds globally. Everybody does. Even in America, most of the banking sector, the money comes from Israel. It's owned by Jewish businessmen and Chinese businessmen.
One more question. Dayo in what's it called? In Balogu market here, that is heavily invested in China, and he needs 500 million to start a new clothing line that he has designed, knowing fully well China is going to do the production. Do you think Nigerian bank can help him out? And he will pay at that rate?
It does not. He cannot. Even in America, he cannot just get the loan off of you have a good proposal. So what
he's been doing that already?
Who is doing that?
I'm just giving an instance. That the same Dayo has been doing that.
Has been doing that. So there are so many. So as a business, see, let me tell you something. As a business, it is not Nigerians' problem. You have to figure out there are so many channels at which you can generate money. There are so many SMEs that has grown into $1 million companies in this country by sourcing money globally.
Good. So how is he going to source money globally if he doesn't?
If he cannot figure out to source money locally, then he should get a job. He should not be doing business. That is not our problem to solve for him.
Dear banks, we are here and this argument will never ever go down. We want to see industry grow. We want to see manufacturing grow. At the rate at which we are finding it difficult to compete with monies coming from outside this country. To be precise, we can't even compete in the first place.
Yeah, it's a systemic problem and we'll get there.
We need to find ways and means of being able to sort this out, because if manufacturers are not scaling, then the economy is not growing. If we don't have new competitions for the manufacturers that are here locally, then the economy is not growing. And it's my responsibility, is your responsibility to get that done. Thank you to everyone that has been part of the production today. Remember, we'll do this again on Monday, which happens the first full week of the year. Be nice, remember, be the love you want and share it with your neighbor. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Once again, Happy New Year. Priya?
And I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Good morning to you. Many thanks for watching.
Amin.
I'm Mukhtar Amin. Happy New Year once again. Thank God it's Friday. Enjoy the New Year weekend.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning logs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention because this is business, not push talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry point. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia, mahogany, or share. This burn longer and cleaner. And please, don't just cut trees anyhow. Get your wood legally and where possible. Support replanting. Illegal logging is the fastest way to lose your business before it. All right, let's go to step 2. Carbonize like a pro. Charcoal is made in kilns. While many still use traditional earth kilns, modern alternatives like the Casaman's kilns or Adaman retort kilns produce better yields, reduce smoke, and are friendlier to the environment. A small investment in an improved kilns can double your output and your profit. Now, step 3, bag it right. Local sales, use 25 kg or 50 kg sacks. For export, your charcoal must be dry. dust-free and neatly packaged. Now, exporters deal in 20-foot or 40-foot containers, each holding up to 25 tons. So let's go to step 4. Know your market. If you're selling locally, look for suya sellers, grill restaurants, and food vendors. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, or Port Harcourt, and many in Nigeria, charcoal sells fast, especially during festive seasons. Now, exporters, on the other hand, deal with buyers in Germany, UK, Belgium, Israel, UAE, and more. You will need a registered business and export license from NEPC and reliable logistics partners. That's very important, isn't it? So let's move to 5. Learn network. Grow. You need to network and you need to grow. The charcoal business is not enter and blow. No way. You need to learn the ropes. Join export forums, visit charcoal hubs in places like Oyo, Nasarawa, Kogi, and even Ogun State. Build relationships with local producers and study what foreign buyers want. And yes, think beyond just lump charcoal. There's briquette charcoal, eco-friendly, compressed charcoal made from agricultural waste, and that's the future. It's cleaner, greener, and already catching fire somewhere far off Africa. If you get small capital and you no load, this business they pay you. You fit load one truck and make better money, but customers and forest wahala, if it spoil your market, oh, so yes, there are risks. The government can clamp down on deforestation. Poor quality charcoal can ruin your reputation, especially with international buyers. Export delays, custom seizure, they are all real. But with knowledge, structure, and strategy, you can turn charcoal into gold. So here is your takeaways. Charcoal is not just for the poor man's stove. It's for the smart man's pocket. It's a hustle, a venture, a serious export commodity. And whether you start small or go global, it is very much a cash craft. Remember, this isn't professional investment advice. It's a spark, a mental wake-up call that opportunity is often found where people don't bother to look. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, and today, what did I do? I have actually helped you to turn smoke into substance on Cashcraft.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 with the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Nigeria, Major, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him, It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team in ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my stand is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot at the firing squad because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will make it to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people are so that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%.
Previously.
Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy would have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy would be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON, NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for checkpoint, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NELFON, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then Naseni, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing a transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I find my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. Had it been that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by the virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdom in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talent, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the book she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye and Didi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news. It's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally, and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's right. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shea butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, Shea Butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is a member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into SOUQ City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and SOUQ Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, SOUQ Pearl with Champagne Tower and SOUQ Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. SOUQ Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructurals in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economy generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower-income earners, because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted. So, which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly, they are everybody really, but more of a masses low-income earner will not, with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rates across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input VAT. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanog. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah, so are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold, then you also come back to the tax to be paid. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. As a curtain raiser for the year, the first one, we're going to spotlighting more ideas and people and opportunities shaping the African continent. Africa contributes less than 4% to global emissions, yet faces some of the continent's most severe health impacts from climate change. Pregnant women, children, and vulnerable populations are particularly at risk from rising temperatures, air pollution, and climate-induced disasters. This episode will explore the urgent need for climate-resilient healthcare systems in Africa, highlighting actionable solutions to protect the health of women, children, and communities most affected by climate change. I am Emmanuel Amalo, and of course, I'm going to ride in solo on the show today, but we're having a very, very important guest who would help us to break down some of these conversations. The aim of this episode is simple: to understand the situation. Viewers will gain insights into how advocacy, policy interventions, and of course community-led initiatives can mitigate the health risks of climate crisis across the continent. We're going to short break, and when we return, we would have our guest join us on today's episode of the show. Stay with us. Welcome back to Just Africa, and of course, here on SOUQ News Television. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. On this episode of Just Africa, the conversation centers on lived experiences, enjoying the work of finding confidence and imaging through stories like this. Our guest, Chiwendu Esther Amos, has built her career at the intersection of public health, climate justice, and of course, gender equity. Through her initiative, which is a TEAF CHE, she has implemented community-based projects addressing maternal and child health, climate-smart education, school sanitation, and women's climate resilience. As a UNICEF Nigeria Young Leader and climate health advocate, she has amplified vulnerable voices while translating grassroots needs into scalable solutions. Welcome to the show, Chiwendu. We can hear you, so you need to unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, fantastic. I can hear you now. How are you today? I know you're not in Lagos, so we had to do this virtually.
Yes, thank you.
But how's the festivities going?
It's fine. I'm on break.
Yeah, okay, cool. So everybody's rested now. So let's have this conversation because it's very, very important.
Yeah.
So everybody been talking about this whole climate change, and it's now looking like a cliche, right? People know what it is. Perhaps they will not know even the impact, but you've been able to run around the circles of it. How does it affect, women health, children health, and of course the continent of Africa? How can we perceive it?
Okay. So just to be sure, you can still hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so climate change is actually affecting our health. And it does this directly and indirectly. So, funny enough, this period, like there have been rainfall, even this Christmas season, and like we're very surprised. Like you think that during Christmas you have the Hamatan and all that, but on Christmas Day it rained. It rained Christmas Eve. It even rained New Year's Day yesterday. It rained heavily yesterday. And like I remember someone mentioning that, oh yeah, this is climate change. And when the person said it, he just said it casually, but I don't think he actually really understood what he meant. So this affects our health in the sense that like when there's increase in temperature, normally we're supposed to be having Hamatan, like dry season and the rest. But now like there's increase in temperature. And when this persists, it causes dehydration. Like my phone reminded me that, the weather alert reminded me that today and even tomorrow, we're going to have severe heat wave above 41 degrees Celsius. This is not really normal. And if this persists, it causes dehydration, even heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and the rest. In the northern part of the country, you see like severe heat waves, and it actually affects our kidneys. Because if you're always losing water and losing electrolytes, with time, your kidney will be stressed. So this is like the direct impact of increase in temperature. And then you also have, like I mentioned, rainfall. When there's increase in rainfall pattern, it causes flooding. And when there's flood, you see that it contaminates water, causes cholera, diarrhea, and the rest. Even like increase in temperature and rainfall too, increases the way vector-borne diseases, like it increases the prevalence of vector-borne diseases. Like you see malaria outbreak, it's become more rampant and more common. So it may be very subtle, but if you look at it closely, you see that actually really affects our health. It's not so loud, but with time it will get louder.
Well, it's weird though. If you check the contributions to climate change, Africa as a continent perhaps does not contribute so much. However, why is it that we are the ones that are the brunt of the effects of climate change?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Why is Africa as a continent bearing the brunt of climate change, despite the fact that we don't contribute so much to it?
Okay, so if I get you correctly, you're asking why like we are very vulnerable to it.
Yes.
Contribute less than 4%.
Yeah.
Okay, so climate risk is divided into like 3 categories. You have the hazard, you have exposure, and you have vulnerability. Yeah. So hazard is like the climate crisis, like flooding, drought, severe temperature, and all that. That is like the hazard. And now we have exposure. That's how exposed are we to this crisis. And then we have vulnerability. How are we able to cope? So now breaking it down to Africa, it is that other countries are also exposed. Like other countries go through the same thing. The heat is not just in Africa, even in United States, they're even in UK, it's there. But the thing is that they have the resources and technology to adapt to it. While us are still struggling.
Okay.
They have like when it's hot, they can easily like put on the air conditioner and then like it calms them down. But here in the rural community, how many people can afford that? People rely on trees. Like I remember when I was in Benue State, when it was really, really hot, like we go and look for a shade to stay and cool ourselves. But like in foreign or advanced countries, even here in Nigeria, people that like are well to do, they put on their AC and they even forget that like it's actually hot. So this is one of the ways that like it affects us. And then also, people that are staying in a flood-prone community, people that are staying maybe in the Niger Delta, Bayelsa, and the rest. When there's flood, like it hits them the hardest because like a small rain will fall and before you know it, like there's increase in the water and then like it has moved to people's houses and destroys their properties and all that. So in foreign countries, they have the resources and they have the technology to be able to adapt to this. We affect them, yes, but like they have the resources. So this is the difference. They have the resources, they have the expertise, they have the technology and all that to adapt. For me, we're here as a developing country. We're still trying. We're still trying to make our health system resilient to like change. So that's
so how urgent is it that we need to begin to fix part of the problems in terms of our healthcare? How urgent is it?
Oh, it is really, really urgent. There's this I think last 2 years, Nigeria, thank God, we had the climate health vulnerability adaptation assessment report. It was released in October 2024. And then last year, we also came up with the National Health Adaptation Plan. Now, if you look at this document, you will see the statistics. They said that, I think by 2030, there'll be an increase, 21%, 21% of the disease burden in Nigeria will be related to climate change. And UNICEF also said that, like, globally, Nigeria ranks 2, but the second country globally to climate, how they put this, impact risk assessment or something. That means like children in Nigeria are very vulnerable to climate risk. That's what UNICEF said, and it was a recent report. So it is actually really urgent.
Yeah. So, but are there currently gaps in the healthcare system that perhaps we need to fix urgently?
Yes. There are gaps. There are gaps in the health system. There are gaps in the health system. So one of them is underfunding and lack of resources, which we can talk about this from now till God knows when. Like the health system in Nigeria is underfinanced. We do not have money. You can go to the rural communities. You see that many health facilities, many health clinics there, they don't even have a borehole. They don't have access to water and sanitation. The health system don't have access to water and sanitation. Some of them don't even have electricity. You see them using candle lights in the night, which is not supposed to. Like, these are like basic things. These are like the fundamental things: electricity, water, sanitation. Let's not talk about the supplies, that is essential medicines. You can go and tell you hear something like, oh, we're out of this, so we don't have this, we don't have this. Like if we don't have it, so where am I supposed to get it from? So that's number one, lack of resources. Also, shortage of health workers. Many people are leaving the country. The Japa syndrome. Many graduates, once they're done with their medical or like pharmacy and the rest, they just travel abroad. So if they are leaving, who is now going to take care of the sick that is here? So you have shortage of health force. And then another one, I think last one I'll mention is lack of disease surveillance. There's no research. Like we have very poor data here. Like we don't even know what is going on. Like we have very little research
information
to figure out how this is affecting our health. Lack of information. And if we do not have this, how do we know how we can help and how we can solve the problem?
Okay, you've done a lot of work, and I know you've been particular about women and children. But please tell me why we need to emphasize on this gender disparity when it comes to climate change and fixing the problem.
Okay, so let me just put this out there. Climate change actually affects everybody. It's not just women and children. Like it affects like the males too. They are not left behind. They affect them. But why we are so particular about women and children is because they are more exposed in the sense that when, let's say, people want to use underserved communities, in underserved communities, when you want to get water, you rarely see a man going to the stream to get water. It's usually the women and the girls or the children that go there. They trek down to go and get water. You're trekking down under the heat. You're trekking down a very far distance to get water. Even the firewood too. Many people in the villages, they use firewood to cook. Who goes to look for those firewood? It's not the men. Most of the times it's the women. And then when they look for it, they're the ones that actually they are inhaling it. Like using firewood to cook, it affects your lungs, and they're constantly inhaling this. So it actually affect their eyes, it affect their lungs, it affect their organs. So that's one of it. And also, women, they lack the power, they lack the resources, the money, even in case of crisis, many times they don't even have the money to take themselves to the hospital. They have to wait for their husband to come back and give them money. Even decision makings too, like in places of leadership, you rarely see a woman there. It's usually the men. And if I'm not there, how will I tell you how it's affecting me? Like I need to be on the table to tell you how this is affecting me, but I'm not there. So you're making decisions on my behalf. This is why we always emphasize on women and children.
So your organization, I don't know if there's a way to pronounce it. There's a TEAF and SHE. People have designed different approaches to fix parts of the problems. Share some of your works with us.
Okay, so currently we started this climate health observatory. I said it last year. So first of all, our vision is to strengthen an inclusive, climate-informed health system. So that means we want the health system and even community members to be informed of how climate change affects their health, which is the basic. You cannot help me if I don't even know what you're doing. I'm telling you that climate change is affecting your health and you're not aware, you're confused. So first of all, we educate capacity building. We train communities and health workers. Okay, so this is happening. There's increase in rainfall. You have to be resilient. You have to be empowered. You have to be knowledgeable. Because I think statistics said that 50% of health workers in Nigeria are not even aware of the relationship between climate change and their health, which is a problem. This is where we come in. We come in sense of capacity building. We educate them, we empower them, and also the research aspect. So we're currently carrying out this research to figure out how this climate change is affecting their health using infectious diseases. So we want to know how increase in rainfall is increasing cholera outbreak or is increasing the prevalence of malaria. So from this research, we can now make evidence-based decisions. So it's not just to make a decision. The decision is based on what evidence do you have to make this decision. So we provide evidence to these policymakers, and then also providing early warnings too. So let's say, I think last year we had a lot of cholera outbreak in Bayelsa. So now if we track it and we analyze all these reports, we can now say, okay, so in the month of February, there was cholera outbreak last year. So that means this year you have to be prepared. Make sure that you purify your water, make sure you do this, make sure you do that. So all these are one of the works that we do here in TEFC.
So share some of the success stories that your campaign has had. And how long have you guys been?
Okay, so we started in 2024, but this the Climate Health Observatory, we started last year, a few months ago. But one of our success story was in Benue State, where there was this increase in open defecation. In that village, people, they can be walking on the road and seeing children defecating. They did not have proper sanitation. They didn't have toilets. So what we did was we constructed a toilet for a secondary school of over 1,000 students and teachers. There's a community school there in Taka local government, so they do not have toilets. What the students do is they just go around excreting themselves, or they go to anybody. There's a community toilet that was there, which is not even clean. So what we did was we constructed this for them, and before we left, we saw that there was actually a decrease in the increase of infectious diseases. Because you see people complain of stomach pain and the rest. But then after we constructed the toilets, after 6 to 7 months, there was a decrease, I think a 10% to 15% decline in it. And we did this last year. So that's one of our success stories.
Okay, so were you also able to get the women and children, since they are a part of your target audience? Were you able to get them to embrace the projects and so that they too can become like advocates of this same campaign?
It's for women and children. Okay, for the children, yes, because like the toilet was actually for them. Some of them, we could not do it for everybody, but we did it for some of them. Then for the women, we did a little campaign about this, because they always use firewood to cook. So we did this little campaign of clean cooking, how they can use like a better way of cooking, like a better source rather, instead of always using the charcoal and the firewood and all that. So basically to educate them. That was more of capacity building, just educating them on how this actually affects your health. And if you have a better source, it's preferred than using this, because you may not feel the impact right now, but in years to come, you start feeling the impact. So for women and children, it was basically capacity building and just educating them.
So, I mean, first of all, how did you guys even notice that community? Because, I mean, you work with data, but because some of these kind of communities still exist, are there lessons that they can take from what you guys did in Benue State and then replicate it in other places?
Okay, so there we did it in Taka local government, and we partnered with the local government chairman and wash department and other prominent people. So unfortunately, we're not there anymore, but our partnership with them, and then also the community members too, we gave it to them, it's their project, so it's up to you to actually take charge of it and own it. So with other people, I believe that when other people come and see what we did, especially the toilets, when they come and see what we did, they'll actually try to replicate it in other places. And even the knowledge too that we shared, the behavioral change that was as a result of the education, we believe strongly, because we've done our best, but there's nothing, we cannot force it on you. We've done what we can do. So we believe that there will be a ripple effect in that community.
So were you guys able to use homegrown solutions to, the problems that you guys saw? Because the truth is, perhaps there are some communities that if you bring in a foreign idea, they may be difficult to embrace it. And then you now want to go to another place and replicate the same thing, you might struggle.
Okay, so for the toilet that one, you basically just we constructed this, and then we told them that, okay, so this is, some houses actually have that, but they don't know how it is affecting them. Did you get? It was not something really big. Did you get? So it's basically, okay, this is a better way that you can excrete yourself. You don't have to go to the bush. If you go to the bush, this is how it's going to affect. This is going to be the impact on your health. So going home and telling your parents, although some parents were actually involved in the project, though, but then others were not really involved. So after the construction, we did this open defecation campaign, teaching and educating the students and telling them how they should take care of their health and their environment and all that. So going home, I strongly believe that they're going to also tell their parents and saying that, okay, so this is what we have in our school. They said we should stop defecating outside and just anywhere. So let's try and do this. Even if it's not the big one, you can just do something that is really decent and clean to help reduce diseases. Yeah.
So how can governments, other communities, local governments, state governments, how can they help, international partners, NGOs, how can they help to, promote this advocacy and fix the problem? Because essentially what the ultimate goal is to be able to have healthcare system that whatever climate change wants to happen, it does not affect that campaign. How can you get them to embrace it?
Sorry, please, can you come again?
So I'm talking about governments. How can they help? International bodies, NGOs, how can they help? So that at the end of the day, we can have a healthcare system that is also climate change ready. Because, of course, in the West, they are already prepared for things like this. How can we also get to that point?
Okay, the first way you can help is funding. That's the first way. Yeah, funding. So I saw that in Sokoto, they have the Sokoto State Initiative where they are building a climate resilient health infrastructure. And it costs I think from what they said there, $180 million US. Of course, that money came from international partners or private companies. And because of the money that is available, they are able to achieve that. So imagine we have, even if it's not that amount, imagine we have something close to that. Imagine how different states will actually be resilient. So one of the issues we have is money, like there's lack of resources. Also, expertise. Like I mentioned, many people are not aware, and we don't have like the tools, we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the expertise. So if they can come and like educate the health workers on the better way, like the best way to go about this. So okay, there's this increase in temperature. This is the best sustainable way you can go about this. This is how you can empower yourself. This is how you can empower the communities and all that. So apart from money, you also need like expertise and even the researching too. Like I said, in Nigeria, we don't really do that. Like we have very little data. Data is very fragmented. So if like the government can put a system in place where we can always monitor and evaluate, and there's disease surveillance to know how climate change really affects our health, so that we will not just be reacting, but we'll be prepared.
If you were to give an assessment, right, and they say in Africa, how prepared are we for the effects of climate change, and you're supposed to give like a scale from 1 to 10, what number would it be?
2.5.
It can't be that bad. At 2.5, how long would it now take us? How long would it now take us with the current structure that we have for we to get to maybe 5 out of 10?
Like I said, in Nigeria, we just had our health national adaptation plan last year. Like we just had the plan last year. The plan. So like the actions, when like, okay, although the plan said it was going to be from 2025 to 2030, that was like what the plan said. But then like that's just a plan. So imagine to start putting in the actions and implementing it, and then executing it and all that. Like how long? And that's for Nigeria. Other countries in Africa don't even have a plan. I think they said 30%. Research said 30% or so have a national health adaptation plan. Why others don't even have? That's why I said 2.5.
So if you were to give a projection, how long would it take? They said 2030. So if you were to give a projection, well, I'm hoping that by that time we don't have a climate crisis, as it were. How long do you think it will take us before we get there?
If we use, like, thank God for the COP, that is COP. So if we really use this energy, like the energy and the enthusiasm that we have right now, I think it will take us probably like maybe 15 to 20 years.
15 to 20 years?
Okay, wait, let me take it back. Okay, let's say 10.
Because at some point it looked like we had, okay, say 10 years. That's for those who even have a plan.
I think for those that does not have a plan, I think between now to 2030, they would have a plan.
Okay, and then they will now start the execution part. So in another 10 years, hopefully, we're going to be prepared. So, I mean, imagine young women or women, generally children, or anybody who is listening to you now. How can we now self-prepare? You can leave the government to do whatever they're good, but how can we self-prepare and mitigate against the effect of climate change? Just advise us. I mean, you're a pharmacist as well. Advise us.
Okay, so I feel, okay, now there are different set of people. So let's use the women and children. Like, you should be more, equipped or knowledgeable? Like, always be in the know. Like, want to know what is going on. You get, like, be open-hearted to learning. Many people, when you try to, like, teach them and educate them, they don't even want to hear. Like, what they know is what they know. So people don't even believe in climate change, like I said. And if you don't believe in it, how can we not help you? Because I'm coming to provide the solution to you, and you're resisting it. So I feel we should be very open-minded to change. Like, things are changing and you have to accept it. Okay, so that when the solution comes, you can be able to grab it.
Yeah.
So that's number one. Like, be open to learning, be open to growing, and be open to change. Then also, for the health sector, okay, no, let me talk about the health sector, because that is like a whole lot. That is like a whole lot. They are not really independent. They are dependent on the government, except it's a private hospital and all that. But let's say it's a private hospital. I feel you guys should be more like be more climate resilient, in the sense of having the most little things. Putting a solar panel in the hospital. Like, your hospital should be based on renewable energy. Don't focus on electricity. And having things as little as water. It may seem like you're saying water, but some people do not have that. Clean water, they don't have that. And these are basic things. So you can learn and read. Like nothing came down from the heaven. You have to go up and look at what other people are doing. Like what are they doing in other countries? Other countries are now more resilient. What did they do? How can we do that? Not even the ones relating to the government, like the little steps. How can we purify our water? There's something called safeguard and PNG. It is very affordable. Some people don't even know about that. So you like learning and reading. Okay, so how can we do this? How can I purify my water? There's rainwater harvesting. There are different techniques to purify water. Like instead of it to be always waiting for government, there are little steps that you can take. But then you have to like learn and be open to change.
So I mean, I understand that the challenge is there, and we already see it, and we will try our best. But then again, conversations like this need to happen regularly, right? Other than communities, where else do you people take your outreaches to?
Okay, so for now, it's basically communities. We do with grassroots.
Do you guys go to school? Do you guys go to meetings? Governments, parastatals, go and introduce yourselves to them. Hospitals.
Yeah, we go to schools and hospitals, definitely, yes. Like the capacity building is not just for community like members and leaders, including like health workers. We train the health workers too. It's not just the women and children, like even health workers too. We also train them on how they can be prepared. So like there's cholera outbreak. So how prepared are you guys? Do you have the essential medicines? Do you have the supplies? Like your staffs, are they aware on how they can manage this? Are they prepared? You get so using the research data gotten from the observatory, we equip them and empower them. So that is for the health workers. Then for schools, yes, we do. Last year, 2025, we partnered with another organization, Team Illuminate, and carried out this Zero Heroes project. So basically, we went to schools across Lagos and Benue, educating the teenagers there on how improper waste management affect their health. Like how are you disposing your waste? Do you know about recycling? Do you know about reusing? Do you know about reducing? So like we did all this very basic education on how like improper waste management can affect your health.
Oh, okay, Chiwendu, we're wrapping up. Just in your final thoughts. Yeah, this is a new year, 2026. I mean, we have to start like this for people to prepare and take their health seriously. Give your final advice to those who are listening to you right now as we enter into the new year.
As we enter into this new year, things are changing. I'll still emphasize on that. It rained yesterday heavily. Emphasis on heavily. It rained heavily on a New Year day. Normally, it's supposed to be Hamatan. Dry. Be open-minded. Don't say, okay, no, okay, like be prepared for anything. You should like stock your house with supplies. You can get boost as a health worker, boost your immune system, take supplements. I don't like people taking antibiotics. I know Nigeria is more saying, they're gonna take antibiotics, they're gonna take antibiotics. Focus more on boosting your immune system, boost your immune system. If possible, plant trees. Because now that it's raining, when the dry season comes, it's going to get hotter and hotter. So please, if it is possible, you can plant a tree in your house. For those that cannot afford an air conditioner, plant a tree. Just be ready. Be ready for whatever is going to come, because it may get worse this year than it did last year. People say last year was hot. It's going to get hotter this year. Wow. So just look for the basic steps you can take to prepare for it.
Thank you so much, Chiwendu Amos, for being our very exceptional guest for today. It was nice having this chat with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. This episode of Just Africa emphasizes the intersection of climate justice, health equity, and of course, gender empowerment. Viewers, we hope you understood why climate resilient healthcare is essential for the continent to grow, and of course, how actionable policies, community engagement, and advocacy can protect the vulnerable, especially women and children. Coming up shortly, Africa is entering a defining moment in its development journey, a moment where the strength of communities and the quality of leadership among young people would directly shape the continent's future. But is the continent building leaders? Find out after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization, things fall apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed winds to his sail came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bois Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. from Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1, source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2, tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3, crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools, cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. 2 split materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000 to 7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift bus companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komalafe. I'll see you again.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the ideas people shaping the African continent productively. And of course, anything that will make us to progress, we spotlight it here. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. In the second conversation, we will explore how with over 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, it has proven that the continent is full of potential, but unlocking this potential requires more than policies and programs. It requires leadership, that is people-centered, grounded in values, and truly connected to the realities young Africans face every day. Join me to welcome SOUQ Mark Roberts, who is deeply rooted in this mission. His work as a youth pastor, leadership coach, community builder, and development enthusiast reflects a strong belief that people are the greatest assets society has. He has spent years helping young people discover purpose, build character, strengthen their voice, and rise as responsible citizens. His people-centered approach to leadership, one that prioritizes connection, integrity, and community, makes him particularly suited for this conversation. The goal of today's episode is to inspire a shift in how Africa nurtures its young people, from living leadership development to chance to intentionally building structures that mentor, guide, and of course, empower the next generation. Welcome, Mr. SOUQ.
Thank you so much for
I had to reel out all your accolades. So I really know the kind of person I brought to see you today. How has it been? How's festivity period?
Well, it's been eventful, I can say the least. Just a lot to do this period.
Yeah.
And I think my festivity is about to start because I didn't go on holiday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was working all through.
Yes, I was actually.
Wow.
So I'm going to take
a break
soon. So yes, I have to do this before I go on break.
I'm going to do a spotlight first before I talk about the conversation. SOUQ, I know it's a short form for something. What does the full name mean?
Wow, thank you for explaining that.
Let's do that, yeah.
All right, SOUQ is actually from the full name SOUQ Bo.
SOUQ Bo, okay.
Yeah, so it means the embodiment of the glory of the heavens.
Take that again. Slowly.
The embodiment of the glory of the heavens.
Where did the name come from?
It's
the Niger Delta?
Niger Delta,
okay.
Kalabari tribe.
Okay.
Under the Ijo tribe. Kalabari under the Ijo tribe. So, historically, before the Kalabaris knew God as Tamuno,
okay,
they knew him as So. And So refers to the heavens. So when you look up, you see the starry sky. You believe there is a God behind it. There's just the supreme being behind the sky, who controls the processes of the earth. There's someone who's responsible for rainfall, for sunshine, who's responsible for planting and harvest, who gives rain to our crops. So that sky, that being, even though we don't know his name, is a grandiose being.
Yes.
That's So.
So, okay.
That's So.
So he be bought.
So refers to God and more. So, So he represented everything good then. So is for fruits. So is for time. So Kalabari, So also means time.
Okay, okay.
And fruits.
Okay.
So it's all interrelated.
Yeah.
Everything good comes from God.
Yeah.
So that's why that's So. So Ibi is goodness, glory. So Ibi can means heaven's glory or celestial splendor. So the boy is now the pronoun that personifies it. SOUQ Bo.
Okay.
This is the person that the glory of the heavens is upon. This is the embodiment of the glory of the heavens.
I would have said that was why perhaps you became a youth pastor. Because you're an embodiment of God. That's what essentially what it means, right? The glory of God, and then you're a youth pastor. In case you missed that when I was reading out his accolades. But you've been doing a lot in mentorship and building young leaders. But what do you mean by people-centered, leadership? Explain that part for us first.
All right. So, the world has moved and evolved greatly of late, and the conversation around leadership is not a new subject anymore.
Yeah.
So there are, unlike before, years ago, where there's a conversation between leadership and management, and people assume leadership is under management. But the field of leadership has grown over the years. Credit to the works of the likes of Peter Drucker. We give background to the study of leadership extensively. And in recent time, we have John Maxwell, who made us understand more about leadership. But leadership, in its presentation, is centered around systems, building effective systems that ensures that organizational goals are being met.
Yeah.
So that people will move from point A to point B in line with the vision of an organization. But my focus on leadership is not just about organizations, because everyone gets better when the leader gets better. But who's the leader? The leader is a person. And I believe strongly that everyone is a leader. So if we move the leadership conversation from just systems and to people, it becomes more effective, because once people take responsibility, vision will be met, progress will be achieved. So that's why my conversation is centered around people. And it's not just leadership, it's about people-centered development. So when we are approaching the subject of development, we're not just concerned about getting infrastructure set, but thinking about the people.
People itself that are going to be involved in it.
Yes. These infrastructures we are putting up, these structures we are putting up, how will they benefit the people? How will their people become better in line with their vision, their goals, and their aspirations? So that's...
You've been doing this for a while, I'm assuming, and you've noticed that perhaps there's a gap that needs to be filled when it comes to this. How do you think the African continent, or Nigeria as it were, have been able to match up with this gap that you noticed?
Okay, so I'm going to approach that question from both the pessimistic standpoint and the optimistic standpoint.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let me start from the simpler one. Nigeria has done a lot, especially in the private sector. Private individuals and organizations have been able to come up with programs that helps build leadership potential.
Yeah.
And I know of late the graduate training scene has become
almost
enormous.
Yeah.
Even though people use that wrongly to get cheap labor, which is an abuse. But that is a welcome development where people are given the opportunity to grow their leadership potentials. And also we have incubation labs, programs that just help people. I know of LEAP Foundation, programs around leadership. There's the one called the Imagine Political Leaders program of sorts. So that has really helped, because people are taking more responsibility. People are getting the opportunity to grow, to apply that which they've learned over the years. To also find expression in line with their giftings, in line with their skills, in line with their dreams. So Africa has really done well through the private sector. I would desire, and this is the pessimistic standpoint now, I would desire that the government, the public sectors will lead these initiatives more. Come up with programs that...
Is it because they will reach more people?
Because they have, one, the resources to do this. Two, they have the structure to do this better. They will also, like you said, they will also reach more people by leading the initiative of leadership development.
So, I don't talk about leadership, and perhaps people don't even understand what it means to be a leader, right? What are the characteristics that you expect one to have to qualify to be a leader?
Okay, so characteristics you need...
It may not be all of them, but at least just the ones that you can remember that you think, oh, this person has this, has a potential leader.
Okay, let me start by addressing a long-term debate in the leadership space. This is, I know this is something that most persons watching will, these are questions that we have. The question is, are leaders born or made? Some believe leaders are born.
Some are born, some are made. That's the most common ones that you hear.
Some people believe leaders are made. Yeah, like you said, it's a mix of both. But I personally believe that even though you may not be born with the natural talent of a leader, you're not an outgoing person, you're not outspoken, you're not naturally courageous, as some are, leadership can be learned.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't want us to see leadership as something that is for a gifted few. I want everybody to understand that everyone is a leader. So what are the characteristics of a leader? First of all, a leader is one who has integrity.
Integrity. Okay.
Yes, integrity. Character is the foundation of leadership. See, I don't want to mention the name, but there's a leader, a world-renowned leader in North America. Of course, that's enough context.
Yeah.
Who rose up the ranks of leadership, but just a scandal pulled down that leader. And once that is done, it's more difficult to redeem your image as a leader. Okay, so it's something you must settle in. First of all, what is integrity? Because it is a common word, and most times when you have common words, people don't go back to check the meaning.
Yeah, but yes.
You just use the...
We just use it casually.
Yes.
It's not a cliche.
Yes, you just use the meaning, the associative meaning, the meaning people use it with, and all that. So integrity is from the word integer. Integer means one.
Yeah.
So integrity means to be one. To be one with your speech. That means you mean what you say, and you say what you mean. Integrity means to be one with who you truly are. That means your belief system is the identity you put out there. If you don't believe a cause, don't act as though you do.
You do.
That is what integrity means. So you're bold enough to stand with what you believe. You're bold enough to be the Lone Ranger if that is what your belief
system means or needs.
Depends on, yeah?
Yeah.
So that is what integrity means. You say you're coming out by 4 p.m., you come out by 4 p.m. You say you're going to do this on a certain day, you do it that day. As a matter of truth, if we are more concerned with keeping to our words, we'll become better leaders. We'll have better character. As simple as it is, that is one of the most important elements of leadership. Keeping to your words. That is what integrity is. Keeping to your words.
Yeah. You've dealt with a lot of young people, at least over the years. What are the common decimals that you see that a lot of them don't have in terms of leadership?
Okay, so for young people, the most common challenge they face is that of identity. Okay, they are seeking a definition of what we call language in terms of their identity. They want to know who they truly are. And a lot of times, because the world they are faced with was built by people who do not really understand them, don't understand their language, don't understand their thought processes. So there's this dissonance they find with the society. So they are seeking understanding. So their challenge is centered around identity crisis, trying to understand who they truly are, where do they fit in, how will they make ends meet with the personality type they have, with the desires they have, the dreams they have. So for young people, the major challenge is identity. And once we're able to help them define who they are, help them get the right vocabularies to define their personality, their dreams, we're able to solve their problems.
That not mean this was good. Just dive into it. Since you're talking about helping them, how can we use things like mentorship to fix that problem?
Okay, let me start by saying mentorship is really vital, but mentorship is not forced, and mentorship should be purposeful. All right, because we've had a growing trend where mentorship is being abused both by the mentor and the protege. So proteges seek for mentorship because of the clout. They just want to leverage on the person's social capital to advance their cause. In some sense, that could be good, but that won't be beneficial in terms of
in the long run. Okay.
In the long run, because leadership is more about character development. So you should do things not because of you just want to meet some short-term goals. You should do things that will shape your personality better. So let me go on to share how mentorship can help. First of all, mentorship provides exposure. A mentor is your picture of possibility.
Not who you want to become.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's not necessarily who you want to become, but it is what is possible. So your mentor shows you what is possible.
What is possible? Okay. I get it.
Because your mentor might be someone who has never walked the path you're walking on. A lot of times it's like that. All right? So in the Bible, we know Samuel anointed David. Okay, Samuel was never a king, but he was a prophet. He was a national prophet. So David, that's a picture of global leadership or national leadership per se. All right, so a mentor might be someone who has never walked that path, but is showing a possibility that will be related to the path you're working on. So mentor tells you that this is possible. So that is what mentorship is more about. It's about exposure, about showing the next generation
what they can become,
what is possible.
I've never seen it like this.
That's what that's what mentorship is about. Then the second thing mentorship does is that mentorship provides you with language.
Language, like you learn a new language.
Not a new language.
Okay. Please explain.
Let me explain that. Have you been in a situation where there is something you want to do? Okay, you have this plan, this vision, but you don't know how to go about it. You don't know the right words to use. Then you meet someone who is older, and the person tells you, okay, this is what you're actually looking out for. So this is what it's called. And then the light just comes. Yes, that's it, actually. That's what mentorship does. Mentorship provides language to the vision you have. Like, you don't really know. You just know that there's something special about you. You know there's something you're designed for. You're designed for more. There's a dream within your heart that you're stewarding, but you don't know what to call it. Your mentor or mentorship is a system where you have the right vocabularies to give your dreams the language. So that's what it is about. And once language is defined, direction is achieved. Once you know that this is the path you're called to work in. All right, let me give an example with my life. At a season in my life, I wanted to go for further studies, and I just had this body, and I wanted to study. Actually, it was studying theology. I wanted to study and know more about my faith, and I didn't know how to go about it. My mentor, David in UK, was one who helped me. He said, "Okay, this is the areas you're gifted in. You're gifted in teaching. Why don't you study education in religion?" So that gave me so much clarity. And I then saw a new possibility. I was able to build upon that. Okay, this is what it is. This is the possibilities with this space. So that's what mentorship does. It helps bring clarity by providing language, providing the right vocabularies.
Young people are in an ever-evolving world, right? And many of them face things like stigma, comparison, perhaps feeling like they're not worth it. How do you create a leader out of that? Is that somebody who is completely confused?
Okay, that's interesting because every one of us at some point have been there. I believe everyone has been at that point where you're in the state of dilemma. You don't know how to navigate the current season in bid of going to the next season.
Yeah.
So how do you make leaders have
those kind of people?
Those kind of people. Responsibility makes you responsible. The reason why you're very confused is because you're not really active. If you're active doing something, you'll be mindful about what you're doing, and that will be your preoccupation. So how to make leaders out of people who are confused is to get them engaged. Right? David met some men who were confused, who were purposeless, and he made mighty men out of them. How? He trained them to become warriors. So if you're actively working on a project on a course, your confusion rate minimizes because your distraction minimizes. Because people are not active, that's why they think of a lot of stuff. But if you're able to get them to focus on a direction by engaging them to serve in a cause or towards the cause,
it kind of helps. Okay, so how do you now fix those who feel like they are not heard or they are not seen, despite the fact that the efforts they put in? Because again, you say, give me a direction. Now I'm on this direction. The next dilemma I'm now facing is what I am doing. Can they even see it? Nobody knows what I'm doing. How do you fix that part of the problem?
Okay, that problem is a problem of patience. And patience is, they say patience is a virtue. It is something that you learn by practicing.
Okay.
It's not something that you can teach somebody. You can teach somebody how to be patient. You just have to get them to understand that in the journey called life, there are seasons where you will need to wait. For example, you follow the cycle of agriculture and the system God instituted in Genesis 8:22. The Bible says as long as the earth remains, seed time, harvest will not fail. All right? So for every seed you put on the ground, there's a season between the seed and the harvest. It's called time. So because your voice is not heard this season, does not mean your voice will not be heard in the next season. Time has to do its course. And sometimes the reason why your voice is not heard is because you might need to grow in some conviction or deeper conviction. Maybe if you have deeper conviction, you will find better ways to amplify your voice. It's just a thing about conviction most times. So that season of tiredness or weariness when you feel your voice is not being heard, or as a young person, your voice is not being heard, it's a season to actually build conviction about what you believe. I tell you the truth. You can't stop a man with the conviction.
So, I mean,
you can't.
I mean, you're faith-based, so you probably understand this part. Where does environment now play a role? Because through this, you might have all this fixed in, but you're in the wrong environment. And then you might stay there forever and not thrive.
Okay. I personally believe that, okay, in my hierarchy of leadership priorities, okay, environment comes first for me. It's a key priority. So I believe, like leadership experts have said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So when we talk about all the vision, plans, and all that, the culture of a place will definitely override the vision and everything. Because what character is to an individual, that is what culture it is to an organization or a certain location, all right? So culture is the character of a group of persons, which can also be of a particular environment. So environment is very important, I believe. So no matter how much you have good dreams, the environment has to be right. But what I believe more is the fact that you're responsible for your environment. Your environment does not necessarily mean your geographical location.
What else could it be? Because I was going to lead into my next question. So what else could it be?
Especially in these times, we live in a borderless world. In the sense that you can live in Nigeria and you're working in the United States. I have people around me who work for companies not Nigerian based with their time zone. So they are working in an environment that is different from their physical location. So your environment is not limited. There's actually a thing called the virtual world. There's a reality in this time. There's a metaverse. All right? So your environment is not just where you stay. But what your environment truly refers to is where your mind stays. where your mind stays.
Because I was going to ask you, the next question was, okay, look at Africa. Is Africa preparing, does it have the right environment to prepare future leaders, or at least level playing field for its young people to try?
Okay. If I'm to venture that question, which I don't do at this point, I just want to complete thoughts on the environment.
Okay.
Because it will help me with that question.
Yeah.
So okay, there's a verse that says in the Bible, that's actually Isaiah 26 verse 3, that it will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on him because he trusts in him. It will keep him in perfect peace. Perfect peace, there is the word shalom, but it is double shalom. Shalom, shalom. And when the Bible uses such expression, repeats a word, it's for a position, but it means something deeper. It means that the Bible is trying to emphasize a point beyond just the surface level. So shalom refers to a lot: peace, prosperity, blessings, and growth. But now watch the principle that brings about double shalom, or peace, perfect peace, is if your mind is stayed on him, on God. All right? So there's a way your mind can be stayed on a cause, on a person, on a vision, that your environment levels up to it. And that's what people now call mindfulness.
Okay.
You come to the point of meditation that your environment starts reflecting what you think within.
Yeah.
So that is what environment truly refers to. It is beyond just where you stay. It is where you spend your time. What you spend your time on.
Yes.
Because people live, maybe your neighbor, you may not know your neighbor's name, but I tell you the truth, your neighbor has friends that are not in your country, and they know themselves. Like, we'll be talking almost all day. And that's his environment. My daughter is growing up, and she has an accent, a bit of an accent though, and she's just learning how to talk. There are certain words she pronounces, and you know that this is not Nigerian. Where did she learn it from?
Where the environment, where did she find herself?
Television, watching kids' shows and all
Yeah.
that. So, if I continue on that routine, I tell you the truth, she won't speak like
typical Nigerian. What she exposes her mind to is already changing her.
That's it. There is environment. That is environment.
So Africa essentially is trying its best.
So Africa has the right environment, because let us even do a demographical analysis of Africa. You rightly said in your introduction that Africa has over 60% of the population below 25 of age.
Young people, yeah.
Yeah. In that 60%, let's take back the 100%. 40% of Africa is actually below 15 years. That makes Africa the youngest continent in the world.
Yeah.
The median age of Africa is 19 years. The median age of North America is 38 years. The median age of Europe is 43 years.
Wow.
There is no other continent that is below 25 years in terms of the median age. As a matter of fact, by 2050, 1 out of 3 young persons will be Africa. And now let's talk about environment. Now we understand what Africa truly is.
Yeah.
The technology that we are seeing in our world today that has been rolled out on a regular basis, the advances in AI, which group of people are most receptive to them? Young people.
Young people.
That means Africa is very ripe for the innovation, the advancement of the world. So which other environment is better than this environment?
Okay, now that we understand that the environment is not what we think, because the next thing I was going to ask was, we are in an environment, now I'm talking about a physical environment, where we see more of our leaders to be old people. In a continent that is young, it's looking like an aberration already. How come we are not preparing enough young people to be future leaders in Africa? And then what you think about is what role can family, schools, faith-based organizations play to raise more leaders that are at least younger, not young at heart, I don't know if that want to play with us, younger people who will start to begin to think, you know, globally, and then see how we can grow the continent to be better?
All right. I love this question because it's the core of what I do.
What you do, yeah.
Okay, so a lot of times we think leadership is something we fall into. It just happens by mistake. No, leadership can be planned. We can have, as a matter of truth, there's no successful leader without a successor. Because true success is in succession. How you define success is in succession. That means we must be intentional with our leadership development systems. As a continent, and that is where we need to really work on as a continent, especially those currently leading in terms of political leaders, in terms of civic leaders and business leaders. We must have structures around leadership development. We must make it formal. We must make leadership training formal. Not just leadership training in the regular sense where you go to school and leadership. No. Africa has this uniqueness, population-wise already. Okay, so let me say this. Where we are in terms of our population is what demographers call demographic window. It's actually a season between 30 to 40 years. It says a 30 to 40 years window where a young population or the population in a given place, either a country or a region, where they are growing, and because of their growth, there's an urgency to put structures towards deploying the growth to the right channel. Because if this young people or this young population is not utilized, it becomes catastrophic. So let me tell you what it means. So you remember we said 60% of African population is below 25. And 1 out of 3 persons next by 2050. 2050 is in 24 years. That means Africa will be the largest workforce in the world.
Yes. Yeah.
Africa will be the largest workforce in the world. So if the opportunities are not in Africa, people will leave. Africans will leave Africa. We're already seeing trends of that. But it might become more if we don't utilize it.
Yeah.
But then, if we don't also train them in terms of education, in terms of employment and engagement, those young people will now become menace to the society because of their energy. So that means the issue of leadership development is an issue of urgency because we are in a demographic window. That's why one of the priorities that every African leader must have in terms of political leader, civic leader, economic leader must have is development, leadership development. Because there are people that need to be led. There are people who will need to lead. A lot of young people are coming up with 40% below 15. Those 15 years, those teenagers, they'll become young adults soon. 4 years' time, in 5 years' time. They need people who will give them leadership. And those people giving leadership are those who are currently in their 20s and 30s. So issue of leadership development is an issue of urgency. So we need to put structures around it. Like I said earlier, structures around exposing these young people to what is possible. It is what you show me that I believe is possible. Growing up, the environment I stayed, because growing up, we didn't have technology as we do now. The environment I stayed showed me what was possible was people growing up and not having jobs, go to school. And because I saw a lot of young people who went to school and they didn't have jobs.
Yeah.
So the average person who grew up in my environment, and I don't want to mention the name of respect of the environment. I truly respect the environment. Yes, the average young person doesn't like school or didn't like school. As a matter of fact, they went to school because it was required of them by their parents. So even when they went to school, they were not serious with their studies. But my saving grace was that still in my teenage season, I saw a better possibility that you can actually get a good job if you actually go to school and study well. Because your grade really counts. At some point, we believe that, okay, it's not really about, it's about connection.
Do you know? Yeah.
But that's not true in all sense. In some sense, it could be true because there's a place of networking. But if you have good grades and you know the right stuff, you know your subject matter, you're a master of it, I tell you the truth, you'll be needed. So when I saw that new possibility, it gave me a different perspective. And also a different attitude towards studies. And I became very studious. And I tell you the truth, it has paid me.
I mean, time is not our friend. I do wish that... I know you did mention we will come another time for a longer version of this conversation. But, I mean, as a wrap-up, I want you to give like an advice to a young person out there. Because the truth is, a lot of young people have missed out on the direction. And as a continent, as a country, we need more young people to come outside to embrace this leadership conversation, right? Advise that person out there who perhaps needs a bit of motivation to do that.
All right, I think I should face the camera.
Yeah.
All right, so a young person out there, there is a greater possibility to your life. Your dreams are valid. The vision you have locked up within your heart is possible. It's actually God's gift to you that you should share with your world. All you need to do is to expose yourself to the right possibilities. Whatever you have as a dream today, there is something similar that has been done before. If you can find that, it triggers a deep sense of hope in you that it is possible. And I want to tell you, emphatically, it is possible. So once you can expose yourself to that possibility, the next thing you need is the right language. And that's where mentorship comes in. You need the right mentors, you need the right training programs that gives you the right language about that vision you believe. Then when you get the right language, the next thing you need to do is to serve. Once you know, okay, this is what you want to do, this is what it is called, this is how it's been done, start doing it. It's only going to be a matter of time. You'll be living in the realities you once dreamt of. See, Africa is the future. As a matter of truth, Africa is the reality of now. Because in the next few years, we'll have the youngest population of the world. The world will come looking for us. And observe that our conversation did not even go about mineral resources.
Yes.
About all those. Because the greatest resources we have is our people.
Yes.
It is you, the human resource. So soon, people will begin to look at Africans and really know the stuff we're made of. It's already happening now.
Yeah.
Our sounds, our culture is our largest exports. Soon it's going to be that which you have stored up within your heart because you'll be needed as an African.
Thank you so much, Soibo, for being, I even had my producer say, you need to write a book. Well, thank you so much for this enlightening conversation. We definitely have to bring it back again some other time because, look, the conversation needs to always be had. Africa needs more leaders. Even if you are going to be a follower for a while, you're a potential leader, and that's what we need to highlight from it. Today's conversation has shown that Africa's future depends on far more than economic plans or political strategies. It depends on its people. As Soibo McRoberts has emphasized, that strong communities and value-driven leadership are the foundation for raising young Africans who can shape meaningful change. The expected outcome is clear. Communities must become intentional about mentorship. Institutions must collaborate rather than work in silos, and young people must embrace responsibility, purpose, and integrity as tools for personal and national transformation. For governments and policymakers, this means designing systems that listen to young people and support their growth. And for families and community leaders, it means creating environments that shape character and integrity. For individuals, especially young people, it means taking ownership of their journey and choosing values that build a better society. When leadership becomes people-centered, Africa becomes future-ready. Thank you so much for being a very, very important part of today's conversation. You, our viewers, and of course, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. I remain Emmanuel Amalo. Till we come again next week, have a wonderful weekend.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. we decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. at least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, will deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello and welcome to the maiden edition of Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Binite, Reverend Juliet. In recent times, more women have stepped into leadership roles, demonstrating empowering role of education, technology, and access to information. These women leaders have not only achieved remarkable success in their fields, but also played pivotal role in promoting gender equality and education reforms. Today, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the unseen barriers. But before we set the ball rolling, let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back to introduce our guests. Welcome back. Women leaders already battling workplace stereotypes and seeking work-life balance found themselves shouldering more enormous responsibility in recent time. Hence, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the rising challenges. Joining me for this discussion is my sis, a big sis, but in this court, we will call you Lady. Lady Horochi Ogan, leadership consultant, and the CEO of O'Neill, a global management firm focused on leadership. At my immediate right, welcome, Lady Horochi.
Thank you
to the
very
Queen's
much.
Court.
Thank you.
Maiden version.
Thank you.
A pleasure having you here.
I'm glad.
And of course, another big sis of mine, a wonderful, incredible woman leader, Lady Adeola Aziz. In this court, the Queen's Court. So get ready for that. A politician and a social entrepreneur, and of course, the founder of an NGO, Community Care Foundation, focused on empowering youth and women, and especially in agriculture, solving the hunger problem. And I just want to welcome you, sis, Lady Adeola. You're welcome to Queen's Court.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be discussing these matters of women in leadership and the challenges. And today's discussion is going to be focused more on the ideological issues of these leadership issues, because women and leadership is almost as if it's not something to go together. When you say women, it doesn't count leadership. So we want to have that discussion, understanding that women have been leading in the past. We have seen great women leaders. We have seen Queen Amina Ozaria. We have seen Funmilayo Ransom Kuti in the West, and we have seen Margaret Ekpo in the East. So even in Nigeria, we have women who have led and showed tremendous leadership. But they're also very minimal leaders all over, abysmal women in leadership in different spheres of influence. The banking sector is beginning to show up with great women as CEO at the top of the echelon of the bank. But however, do we have enough women who are going to occupy that seat the moment they leave? So this discussion is very important, especially to a new generation of women rising, with the issues of women leading both at home and at the city gate. That balance of things, we need to have that discussion. That's why it's important to have the discussion. I'm coming to you, Lydia Adiola, and of course it's going to be the same, we'll dovetail to that same area of discussion on these rural women. Because of the issues of mindset, culture, educational background, and the 9 years of the philosophy of understanding that women are also leaders, how do we navigate? Apart from education, training, let's say training, what is the intricate issues that you think is still limiting these women, even at the rural level? Let me give you an example. I was at a program where I needed to speak to some women. When they called me, I thought they were educated women, but I found out they were not, so I had to go into Pidgin English a little bit. But I realized that these women have such capacity and role to play in the society. And they were complaining at the issues of the genital mutilation, the issue of the girl-child marriage. It was within the middle belt of Nigeria. And I was telling them, but you are a leader, you are women leaders. And they were like, no, what are you talking about? That's is the chief, is that this. So how are we going to go about especially the rural Africa, because we have over 20 million women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and it's fundamentally women producing, adding to the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Incredible when I saw that data. And yet we say we are not leading. Can you speak to that? And Lady Horichi also would add to that comment, because it's at the center of this discourse in its ideological and philosophical level. Because before we talk about specializing in areas of leadership, do we really want the men to still tell us to lead, or can we just simply realize it?
You see, when you're talking about what you just said at the rural level, right, we need to understand that, like I said, most of them are illiterate, and most of them are controlled and led by their chiefs, the ballers, their husbands, and all of that. I'll give you an example. During the local government election, we had to have a by-election in one of my wards. And there was a particular woman who was very, very active, widow, 6 children, she was under 23. And I said to her that, why don't you come and represent the ward, because we needed you to be there. And somebody asked. And she said, yes. So I said, okay, we will support her, we will fund her, and all of that. Do you know that by the next day or 2 days later, when we reached her, we couldn't get her on the phone? And I actually paid somebody to go and look for her. Did something happen? What had happened was that her uncle, her late husband's brother, the ballers, and said, how dare she put herself forward? Or she said she didn't put herself forward, that it was Honorable Adiola Aziz who asked her, because she saw the potential. She mobilized a lot for us, and she went into hiding.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? So I now realize that what we need to do, we have to start the education from these male at that level who control these women.
Excellent.
During campaign, they're for you. They will do this, they'll support it, they say this is who we want. On the day of election, right, their husbands, the ballers, they would have given all of them. All of you, this is the direction you go. So when you have that kind of, I don't know what to call it, whether it's a directive, I don't want to use the word bullying or whatever, a directive from their husband,
that's what it is.
Whatever, to do this. So tell me, how do those women want to express themselves? By voting or deciding or taking choices or making decisions that they feel is right for them. It's not inclusive.
So we need strong advocacy.
We need strong advocacy, and we need to try and see how we can get the buy-in of these men who have a strong hold on their wives, their sisters, on these women, to say, look, this is your daughter. This is what will happen. And a woman at that level only cares for food on the table for the children and how the children will go to school. Once you can satisfy those two needs, right, a woman she'll thrive on her own. But when she doesn't have that independence of mind to make a decision by herself, hey, she's in bondage.
Wow.
She's in bondage, and that is at that local level. I saw it live and direct. So they do not have the capacity. They've got the competency. They do not have that capacity to take those decisions by themselves. You know, so it's limiting and it's patriarchy, it's stereotyping, and hey, why should you raise your head up to say you want to lead? Who's giving you permission?
Excellent. But in comparatively to that, let me even draw it back to even at the international level, we only have about 23% to 25% of women at the global level. So if the rural woman, the issue of that control, is it the same as the woman at the elite level who has gone to school, at least did her high school, or suddenly she disappeared? I have had friends who were probably acting before, they get married and they just disappear off the screen. What is it? Is it just the limiting factor from the men, or the psychology of the women themselves, knowing that now that I'm married, maybe I'm not called to lead?
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because even before you asked it, I wanted to use a corporate example equivalent to the rural one that
Excellent.
I attended an HR meet and greet meeting. It was a people-centered thing, and the head of HR of a multinational bank came to talk to us about barriers and women in the corporate world. She gave a practical example. She said, if there's a general management or CEO opportunity in Côte d'Ivoire, and you call a man and said, go and prepare, we're getting you ready, you're going to be the CEO in Côte d'Ivoire, the man will jump, thank, and if you call a woman, the woman will tell you, this is an exciting opportunity. Let me go home and discuss it with my husband. This is what is going on in the corporate world. I'm not talking about rural environment. So these barriers are real.
Yeah.
But in the same circumstances, we now had another CEO from a bank that told us about intentionality and planning. She said she went into banking career and she was intentional from word go that she was going to be at the top and nobody was going to limit her. It's not about feminism or women, whatever. She just had a relationship with her husband that helped her husband understand her and help her husband push her career. So she had a baby at the point they made her a chief executive officer for a bank in Ivory Coast or somewhere. She just, then there was not even GSM. She just planned, had 2 stable nannies, had a way of reaching out to them, you know, on a minute basis when she's doing her work. And she was able to do the assignment. She was able to take the position and enhance her career in the bank. And the time she was talking now, she was now CEO in Nigeria. So these barriers are real. And because I'm an SME person, when you mentioned SME, my body was shaking.
I can imagine, yes.
You see, so it's not an easy assignment, but if we're intentional, you need to reach out to them. It's a two-pronged approach. The first thing is that you need to sensitize the women. You need to get their buy-in. You know, you need to let them understand the benefits for them. It's not for me. You know, but you need to talk to them at their level. Speak vernacular. If you can't speak that vernacular, get somebody to interpret. Some of them do not. If they understand pidgin English, I'm very good at that. When I get to my village, I start racking in Igbo language. What is important to me is communication. So you reach out to them at their level and try and sensitize them, create awareness. Let them. There's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Let them begin. You break down the growth mindset in a simple way that will help them understand. That's the first step. Second step is to work with this huge, I don't know what to call them, husbands, chiefs, cousins, uncles, the male factor, that is sitting over the female folk patriarchally, is to get them to understand. It's also a buy-in process, have conversations with them, help them to understand. When you get into a rural environment, you get to the ballet. The ballets, I've seen people that were able to work and change an environment with the Oba. The Obas, recently, they're very literate. The ballets, even if they're not, they have understanding. If you get their buy-in, you just go out of your way, try and get their buy-in. Once you get their buy-in, it's easier to get the buy-in of all the other male figures in that environment. It is possible. I had listened to a senator that wanted to change something fundamentally from an history of influence, and it was genital mutilation. And she started, it was a Herculean task, but she was deliberate, she was planned. She started with the Oba of her village. Yes. She started with the Oba, continued having meetings until the Oba got the buy-in.
Excellent.
So when the Oba got the buy-in, she went to the youth. The youth got the buy-in and said any woman that is mutilated will not marry. Do you understand? So I'm giving this practical example to say that it's possible.
Societies have changed.
Yes, it's possible. If you go systematically, you will have a buy-in, and there will be a mindset change. There will be a paradigm shift, and then you begin to make progress. By the time you're handling simultaneously the women, and the male figures that are barriers, the barriers are real.
No,
that's why we need to.
They're real.
Be very deliberate about it.
I want to add to that contribution, especially for the current generation of women that we have. One of the things that I have also found out is that if you know you have the desire to lead, for goodness sake, when you are dating your spouse or your husband to be, please discuss it. Because some men will not entertain it. So you will not get in and say, when I marry, I will change his mind.
No.
Because if it doesn't happen at that stage, you don't express your desire to him, and it doesn't support it at the beginning, it's not going to work.
That's the story. I can simplify. Yes. I can get up today, I'm going tomorrow.
Right. So getting the buy-in at an early stage, once you know leadership is in your mind, is extremely important. I think that you know where you're going to. Because if they don't support you,
no, it's a problem. It's a challenge.
And at the same time,
married.
Yes. At the same time, as a
single
politician again, if you go out there and you don't see your husband beside you once or twice, it's like, what is she? Is she here? You know the negativity that goes with it. I remember when I was contesting, I had to tell my husband at the early stages of my campaign, please be beside me. And they all definitely they enjoyed it.
Excellent.
So it's important that they get the buy-in of the husband before the violence and the obas and all of that.
Can I add something? Before you add, just for us to begin to conclude something, because this is a proof of what you have said. Because the data shows that there was a organization that financially outperformed industry competitors have more women in leadership. That the more women are in leadership, the organization's competitiveness increases and improves. And I always tell men also, if your wife is a leader, is an improvement to your social capital, is an improvement to your financial capital. As we wind down this discussion that is a continuum, it continues because it's a very broad discussion. And we now see the reason why the discussion should happen, because the women quotient in the leadership role beside whether it's the husband or other men is quite low. We still have them in all spheres of influence. We're having that challenge. So you can make your conclusive point of what will it take for us to increase the quotient as we wrap this up. Starting from her as she concludes her points, then also dovetail to that question.
My last words as we conclude.
Yes.
I was going to say that when it comes to marriage, I'm not deviating. I think that conversation should happen whether you want to be a leader or not.
Yes.
You need to let, as a human, because you need to let your husband, get your husband consent from the beginning to support you to be the best versions of your life.
That's it.
You need to.
That's your HR speaking.
Yes. You need to get your husband to support you to be, you are his helpmeet. You're there to help him to be the best versions of his life, but it's a partnership. He should also make a commitment to help you to be the best versions of your life.
Precisely.
And so if you have that balance at the beginning, it's easier to manage things. It's easier to manage things, you know, when you're in the marriage. And these are my last words. I keep coming back to, you know, people plan and organize. You know, we need to be very strategic.
Yes.
We need to deal with the critical mass.
We need to encourage the leaders. We need to have a dialogue from the city. This is not just your husband. Excellent. Science and environment. We don't together as a team.
That's what we're doing. This is not a talk show.
Definitely.
I'm a solution bearer. Here to solve problems. That's why I came on the program.
Yes.
So outside this program, as we progress, can we come together and put up a strategic plan on what we can execute? And I'm not talking about high level.
Yes.
Let's go back, because my family has a foundation. I understand how to run grassroots issues. Let's go back to the grassroots. Let's start doing something.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady Adeola, as we conclude.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about the value.
Yes.
About the value that women bring to the table.
Yes.
If they are there.
Okay.
If they show up, if they're there. Promoting women leadership is simply social justice.
Excellent.
It is inclusivity.
Excellent.
It is diverse critical thinking. It brings prosperity to the table.
Yes.
To the nation, to the community, to the society. So why do you want to leave 50% of the gender that makes up the workforce, that makes up the SMEs, that makes up who we are in Nigeria? Why do you want to cut them out of the equation?
Excellent.
It's like having an aeroplane flying with one wing.
It will never fly.
So it will never fly. So the earlier we start to realize that women leadership is a must, it's a task that we must face, embrace, be intentional, and ensure that anything that comes in our way, for those of us who are there, we advocate, lead. And what's the other word again? When you lobby, the men, that please, this is for your wives, your daughters, your sisters. Social justice is key.
Thank you very much.
Equity and equality is paramount.
Thank you very much. We must all remember that leadership is not masculine, it's human. And women's rights are indeed human rights. And every woman is called to lead, right from the home gate to the city gate. And once again, I want to appreciate Lady Orochi Ogan and Lady Adeola Aziz to Queen's Court, the maiden version.
Thank you.
2024. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for listening. God bless you, and bye for now.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyenei, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to government to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government wants to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, The path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olawe concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize his presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province.
Hello and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government commits to implementing tax reforms to reduce borrowing, curb inflation, and restore public fiscal confidence. Nigeria Police suspends tinted glass permit enforcement, citing legal issues and implementation uncertainty. Turkey plans to deploy a drilling vessel to Somalia in February for its first deep water exploration abroad, advancing international energy ambitions. Maduro signals openness to talks with President Trump on drugs and oil amid mounting pressure. Osime plays Yakini comparison, says priority is helping Super Eagles win, not personal records. Thank you for joining us. Now we'll bring you the news in details. The federal government has reiterated its commitment to fully implement Nigeria's newly enacted tax reforms, stating that they are essential to reducing borrowing, curbing inflationary financing, and restoring public confidence in fiscal governance. In a statement issued on Thursday, the government maintained that reversing or delaying the reforms would undermine efforts to stabilize the economy. It noted that the new tax measures are crucial to creating a more sustainable revenue based on reducing over-reliance on deficit financing. Authorities also stressed that the transparent and consistent fiscal policies are crucial to attracting investment and ensuring long-term macroeconomic stability. The reforms are designed to broaden the tax net, improve compliance, and ensure equity in the system. The federal government has announced plans to overhaul trade-related policies and modernize data systems to boost Nigeria's integration into the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, in 2026. According to officials, the reforms will focus on improving trade logistics, updating customs processes, and enhancing transparency in trade data to align with AFCFTA protocols. These efforts are aimed at maximizing Nigeria's competitiveness and access to broader African markets. The government said the policy realignment will also address non-tariff barriers and improve the ease of doing business as part of broader economic reforms designed to unlock the potential of intra-African trade. And now the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has projected economic growth of 4.49% for 2026, according to its macroeconomic outlook released Wednesday. The Apex Bank cited ongoing structural reforms and the gradual easing of tight monetary conditions as key drivers of the forecast. CBN expects improvements across major sectors and sustain policy consistency to boost productivity and overall economic performance. The report also projected headline inflation to moderate to an average of 12.94% net year, supported by declining food prices and lower cost of premium motor spirits. The easing inflation outlook follows recent reduction in petrol prices nationwide. Dangote Refinery recently cut its export price for petrol, increasing competition in the downstream sector and prompting rival marketers to adjust prices. Analysts note that these developments, combined with structural reforms, could support both consumer spending and investor confidence throughout 2026. Moving ahead, manufacturing stakeholders says the sector could record real growth of 3.1% in 2026, lifting its contribution to real gross domestic product to 10.2% if critical policy reforms are fully implemented nationwide. The projection was outlined by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise in the Manufacturing Outlook for 2026. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria said performance will hinge on effective incentives on the new tax laws, full deployment of the National Single Window Project, and disciplined execution of the Nigeria industrial policy aligned with the Nigeria Force Framework. Director General Segun Ajayi Kadri said the focus points to gradual recovery after the sector posted 1.25% real growth in the third quarter of 2025, stressing that policy consistency, infrastructure delivery, and lower production costs remain decisive for sustained industrial expansion across manufacturing and value chain nationwide, creating jobs, boosting export, and improving investor confidence levels today. Away from that story, the Nigeria Police Force has again suspended enforcement of the tinted glass permit policy nationwide, just as before it was due to take effect. The move follows fresh legal constraints, reinforcing uncertainty around the policy's implementation and raising questions about the timing of nationwide security regulations. In a statement issued in Abuja, Force Public Relations Officer Benjamin Hundeyi said police were served with an interim court order dated December 17, 2025, directing suspension pending determination of a substantive suit. He said the force has entered appearance, filed objections, and sought to vacate the order. The court has adjourned proceedings to January 20, 2026. Police had earlier announced the policy would resume enforcement from today, citing public safety and internal security concerns. The latest suspension means motorists will not be sanctioned until the court rules, keeping enforcement on hold. Officials say updates will be communicated promptly as legal proceeding continues. Moving ahead, private sector credit in Nigeria rose to 74.63 trillion naira in November 2025, indicating an early rebound in lending following the Central Bank of Nigeria's September policy rate cut. The increase reflects growing confidence in the banking sector and renewed appetite for borrowing. CBN data showed a marginal rise from 74.41 trillion naira recorded in October, suggesting that easing monetary conditions are beginning to support businesses and households after months of constrained lending. Analysts say the uptick highlights a sustainable in credit flows, critical for economic growth and investment activity. The report indicates that while tight monetary policies limited lending for most of 2025, the recent policy rate reduction is encouraging banks to expand more credit. Observers note that continued monitoring of credit trends will be essential to assess the long-term impact of public easing on economic recovery and private sector expansion in 2026. Tens of shop owners and market leaders from the Balogun market section of materials and Kampala market stormed the Lagos State government residence on earlier today, demanding an immediate halt and intervention of the government to the buildings marked for demolition by Lagos State Building Control Agency, LSBCA, currently headed by Bolahon Owodoni Oki. The protesters who marched from the Balogun market to the Lagos government residence at Broad Street displayed placards with messages such as Sanwo-Olu call LASBCA to order, no prior notice of market demolition, and stop illegal demolition of shops, among others. The governor who stopped by on his way out from the government residence interfered with the protesters and agreed to meet with the traders on site at the market.
mi náà kọjá wa èmi náà ní òpù tó gbójúlé ibi òpù wọn náà ti tún dáwọ́ yìí o lójú mi náà ti tún ta nǹkan mi o wọ́n ní mi ní láti mú nǹkan kan mọ́ pé tí Lagos State bá ti náà wáwó bì kan Lagos State ló tún ní ogún tó bá ń bẹ̀ ẹjọ́ má jẹ́ kí ìyà ìjẹ wa gbé o APC member tó di kọ́ ni mí ní gbogbo family mi ní gbogbo àwọn tàdé wa ń bí báyìí àwa là ń promote African wears kò sẹ́ni tí ó mọ̀ wá ní nationwide all over the world náà mọ̀ wá tó bá wá ibi báyìí náà tí wọ́n ń get African wear ẹjọ́ má jẹ́ ká dá àṣà àti ṣe wa nu ẹjọ́ tó lọ́lá má jẹ́ kójú tì wá bàbá mi ẹ̀yin lè gbà wá ìyá ń jọ ọmọ aláìní ẹjọ́ ẹ ṣàánú wa àwa là ń dìbò fún yín ẹjọ́ ẹ má dà wá láàmú ẹjọ́ ẹ ṣàánú wa.
We are in a dilemma. There is nothing we can do. All of us here, we have collected loans to do our business. Please help us. We have fathers, mothers, grandchildren at home. We have children that will pay school fees for. Please, and we are begging. We don't have any means, so we are begging. Here is our only source of income. This is our source of livelihood. This is our life general. Don't take our life from us. Please, we are begging.
We saw that these people are coming. The only thing we saw that come and carry your load. I sell bra here and pants. That's what I'm selling here.
Yes, and we have someone from the Balogun market to talk to us this afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Ahmed. Abbas.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon. So earlier today, you and some of your members were at the residence of the governor. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it was on the 31st of December. We just saw a member of the Lagos State Building Control. They invaded our market, telling us to be parking without notification. Suddenly, they started demolishing our shops.
So you're saying now that the demolition already took place?
Yes, they've demolished everywhere.
So were there a notice at any point in time?
No notice. We were not given any notice.
Okay. So I am also aware that during your protest, the government came around and he asked you people to meet him at the market point, at the demolition point. So what was the outcome of that meeting? Before
we go to the demolition point, the governor has been there and has left. But he addressed us here that there's no problem and we will settle the matter. So when we get there, we couldn't meet him. He has gone.
So before you got to Balogun market, the governor...
Actually, we went there already because we were told he came.
Okay. So tell us, what exactly do you think would have led to the demolition of that market?
In fact, it's a big surprise to me. I don't even know. Because we were not on a illegal building. We have been there since 1999. So we have the approval. Recently, not up to 2 months, we got another allocation from Lagos local government. Allocation of 15 years per each person.
You got a allocation of 15 years per person?
Per person, yeah.
To operate in that market?
Yeah.
So
it's up to 2 months.
So what is now the challenge? What went wrong?
I don't even understand. The head of the lab people, that is engineer Fuad Oki. Bolawa Oki was the head. So just ask them to come and demolish it without our notification.
So I'd like you to tell us.
You know what, they have to chase us away with Mopo.
They had to chase you guys away with
yeah.
Mopo. So first, tell us, what position are you? What are you? Are you a secretary? Are you the head of the market? What exactly do you represent in that market?
I am the secretary of the market.
Okay, so have you been interfacing with any of the government officials?
No, at all.
So if you are the secretary of that market, how come you never have any information and all you see is just the demolition?
You know what is going on Lagos Island is that all these developers, you have to go hide under government officials to get the place demolished so that you will be awarded the contract. When they got the contract, they will build it and be giving you high cost, which we cannot avoid. Most of us own the market there. Because we were given by Lagos Island local government. We were formerly at Market Street there. But when they want to construct the Afri-Bank, we were relocated there to that place by Lagos Island local government. And we have been there since 1999. So though they have been coming, there was a time they came. They demolished it. That was during the Governor Babajide regime. But after some months, Babajide came there. He reinstated us. When he came to the building, he saw this signboard. So he looked at it and laughed. So they should bring it down. Then he broke it. say the land belongs to Lagos State government, not any family.
So, if that was done, how about documentation? Would you say you people have the proper documentation to have access or to use the land?
Yeah, we have it.
So,
because if it is illegal, local government will not give us approval, and they will not give us allocation on it.
Okay.
You understand me? No matter how the place may be, a step back is controlled by Lagos Island local government.
So if the place is controlled by local government, so how come we have the last bar now also coming in, and they're even doing the demolition without, would I say without the local government knowing, or it's a hand-in-hand, operation? What exactly do you think is happening?
It was a great surprise for every one of us. I called the market master of Lagos Island local government. I spoke with him. He asked me to send the name of the controller, but that control them there. So I sent it to him, and he told me I forwarded it to the council chairman, which is Honorable Taiwo Oyekon. So I thought they would stop the demolition. Up to that, they are still there.
So this means that you have an idea. You just said someone, you were asked to send a name, and you thought that would stop the demolition. This was when?
I sent it that particular day.
The same day?
Same day.
The same day.
Yeah, even to this morning, I've spoken with him already. I told him, I've not gotten any information from you. He said he has sent the information to council chairman.
And at the
So
end
I've
of
not
the
got
day...
any response from him anymore.
Okay, so I know there are other businesses in Balogun Market. How come it is only the Kampala sellers that are protesting?
I don't know their problem. They are behind our place. Because we are the central.
So the demolition only affected you people that are selling Kampala?
Yeah, African West, yeah.
That's all?
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I want to ask, what do you want the government to do? I'd like to even ask, you mentioned that the governor already left before you got there. Yeah. Were you able to ask questions? Are there compensations? And again, what exactly would you like the government to do?
When the governor addressed us here, he said we should go back, that everything will be settled, that it will settle everything. Now we should go. But before we get there, he has gone.
Okay.
But we want him to reinstate us. Even though they are going to build the big park, maybe they will just give us another place to
continue
our market.
Okay.
Because this is not only single person. We are talking about majority.
So
that is our source of living.
Okay.
Where we feed our family, train our children, and we are all members of the APC. We went there. We went to the government with all our voter cards.
Okay. I think this is not about party, because I want to believe that it's not everybody that sells Kampala that belongs to the APC party.
I understand.
So, I don't think it's about the party.
But this state belongs to APC.
Anyways.
Look at you, madam. As I'm talking to you, I'm a member of APC.
Okay.
Are you getting me?
Okay.
I'm an aspirant, a contestant.
It's okay, but I would like us not to talk about party. We are talking about the business, and we are talking about the demolition that is going on. So while we wrap up, could you please tell us your name again, and emphatically tell us what you want the governor to
My name is Abbas Akim Ademola.
Okay.
We want the governor to consider us.
Okay.
We cannot be sovereign. See, shops are getting burnt. Look at the Great Nigerian House. People there, even they are among us, we even rescue some of them. They are those that with us. Then our own shop have been demolished. Where do you want us to go? They are good. They are good. Where do you want us to keep it?
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Abbas is calling on the Lagos State government, especially Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to take a second look and see what they can do, to reinstate them back to their market, because, of course, people need to fend, they need to feed their family, and life needs to move on. Most importantly, it's the start of a new year. So we are hoping that good things will happen, and not for people to go back, settle down home, and feeling depressed and down. All right, that's it. The World News continues. At this moment, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us. Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable, but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Welcome back, and you are still watching the World News here on SOUQ News Television. I bring you more stories now. Turkey plans to deploy a drilling vessel to Somalia in February to conduct the country's first deep water exploration project abroad, Energy Minister Aslam Bayraktar announced. The initiative marks a strategic step in Turkey's expanding international energy footprint and deepwater exploration ambitions. Bayraktar said the operations will use the Kagri Bay vessel targeting offshore areas within Somali waters. The minister, however, did not disclose specific information on the size of the targeted reserves or the financial investment involved, leaving analysts to speculate on the scale and potential impact of the project. Officials describe the move as part of Turkey's broader energy diversification strategy aimed at securing new offshore resources while strengthening bilateral relations with Somalia. The operation is expected to test deep water reserves and may open pathways for further exploration. Partnerships and energy cooperation in the East Africa region position Turkey as a key player in regional offshore development. The South African Rand opened the new year on a steady note in trading Friday, as many investors remained on holiday, limiting market activity. Analysts said the early calm reflects a cautious start to 2026 rather than any immediate shifts in fundamentals. The currency ended 2025 nearly 13% stronger against the US dollar, marking its largest annual gain in 16 years. The surge was supported by a combination of domestic economic resilience, higher commodity prices, and renewed investor confidence in South Africa's financial market. Economists warn that while the rand's strong finish offers optimism, traders should remain vigilant to potential volatility from global market trends, US dollar movements, and regional economic developments. Market participants anticipate that 2026 will test whether the rand can sustain its momentum or face corrections amid evolving macroeconomic conditions in Africa and abroad. And away from that, Singapore will extend its part-time re-employment grant, PTRG, through the end of 2027, offering continued support for older employees seeking flexible work arrangements. The Ministry of Manpower made the announcement as part of broader effort to adapt to the nation's aging workforce. Originally scheduled to conclude earlier, the PTRG program allows employers to receive subsidies when they offer part-time roles to eligible older workers. The ministry confirmed that applications for the grant reopened in December 2025, enabling firms to benefit from nearly 2 more years in support. Authorities say the extension will encourage more businesses to retain older employees under flexible terms, contributing to social inclusion and workforce sustainability. The move reflects Singapore's long-term labor policy strategy aimed at balancing productivity with demographic realities. Away from that, state-run miner Coal India on Friday opened its e-auctions to foreign buyers from Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal amid declining domestic demand for coal in power generation. The move aims of offshore reduce local consumption and expand the company's support footprint in the region. Shares of Coal India extended gains, trading more than 6% higher at 426 rupees, marking their highest level in over a year. Prior to the announcement, shares had risen 4.5%, reflecting investor optimism about the expanded market access. India's coal-based power generation has fallen in 7 of the past 12 months as renewable energy sources gain traction. Coal India's supplies to consumers dropped 2.2% year-on-year between April and December 2025, prompting the company to diversify its customer base. Analysts say foreign auctions could provide revenue support while reducing domestic oversupply and bolstering regional energy ties. Still in India, Power Improve project worth 418.63 billion rupees $4.64 billion from multiple companies to strengthen domestic electronics manufacturing under a government incentive scheme, the IT Ministry announced on Friday. The move from parts of broader effort to attract investment, expand local production, and reduce import dependence. The approved projects span 8 states and are expected to produce electronic components valued at 2.58 trillion rupees, with approximately $28.62 billion, while creating around 34,000 jobs, officials said. The initiative is designed to develop robust supply chain and enhance India's competitiveness in high-tech sectors. India's electronics manufacturing sector produced goods worth $125 billion in the year to March 2025. The government aims to grow output to $500 billion by fiscal 2031, supported by policy incentives and infrastructure development. Analysts say the new projects could accelerate the country's industrial transformation and position India as a major global hub for electronic component production. Still in the news, China has ended a 3-decade oil tax exemption on contraceptive drugs and devices effective January 1, 2026, in a bid to address the country's declining birth rate. The move marks a shift in policy and amid concerns over population slowdown and demographic challenges. Condoms, contraceptive pills, and related products are now subject to the standard 13% value-added tax, aligning them with most consumer goods in China. Officials say the change is intended to modernize taxation and broaden the fiscal base. The reform comes as China grapples with a shrinking workforce and falling fertility rates, prompting policymakers to introduce incentives for families and rethink population policies. Analysts note that while the tax removal may generate additional revenue, it could also raise costs for contraceptive products, potentially influencing family planning decisions in a country navigating complex demographic pressures. Chinese President Xi Jinping will host South Korean President Lee Jae-myung on a state visit starting Sunday, in a move that Japan is closely monitoring amid escalating tensions over Taiwan. Observers in Tokyo note that Beijing's diplomacy with Seoul could shift the regional balance and affect Japan-China relations. This will be the second meeting between Xi and Lee in just 2 months, a short interval that analysts say signals China's urgent interest in strengthening trade, tourism, and strategic cooperation with South Korea. Japanese experts warn that this development could influence regional supply chains, security arrangements, and diplomatic leverage in East Asia. Relations between China and Japan remain strained after Prime Minister Saneo Takachi suggested in November that Tokyo could consider military action in Beijing attacked Taiwan. Analysts say Xi's engagement with Seoul may be seen as Japan as a counterbalance to Tokyo's security posture, reinforcing the need for careful monitoring of China's regional ambitions and alliances. Still to come in the news, Bangladesh official adopts the euro on Thursday, replacing the level as the country markets its long-awaited entry into the Eurozone. This and many more will bring to you after this break. Stay with us.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and a magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture,
and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors awe at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Glad to know you never left. Now we'll bring you the rest of the news. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro said Thursday he is willing to engage in talks with the United States on drug trafficking and oil following weeks of escalating pressure on his government. Maduro made the remarks during an interview on state television, signaling a potential for tensions. He stated he is ready for dialogue wherever they want and whenever they want, without specifying any formal proposals or timeline. The comment comes amid U.S. operations targeting vessels suspected of smuggling narcotics through the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific over the past 3 months. Then asked about a statement by U.S. President Donald Trump regarding an alleged CIA attack on a Venezuelan docking facility, Maduro avoided a direct response. Observers note that Maduro's openness to discussion may signal willingness to reduce confrontation, though significant diplomatic hurdles remain as Washington continues pressure on Caracas while monitoring narcotics and oil-related activity. Bulgaria officially adopted the euro on Thursday, replacing the level as the country marked its long-awaited entry into the Eurozone. Celebration in Sofia included a display of euro coins on the central bank facade and fireworks on commemorates the milestone. As of midnight, the euro became Bulgaria's official currency, making the country the latest member of the single currency bloc. The move increases the number of Europeans using the euro to more than 350 million, strengthening the currency's role in the region. Croatia was the last country to join the Eurozone in January 2023. Analysts say Bulgaria's adoption is a major step in European integration, supporting economic stability and cross-border trade. The change is expected to simplify transactions for businesses and consumers while enhancing Bulgaria's financial connectivity within the European Union. German exporters are bracing for ongoing weakness in their two largest markets, the United States and China, with little expectation of a swift recovery in 2026. The BGA Trade Association warned Friday officials said global economic pressures are slowing demand, weighing heavily on export performance. BGA President Dandura said, "We do not see a turnaround, but at best a brief respite," highlighting the challenges facing German manufacturers and exporters reliant on these key international markets. Analysts note that geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, and currency fluctuations are compounding the slowdown. Data from GTAI shows export to the U.S. fell over 7% to just under 150 billion euro in 2025, while shipments to China dropped sharply by 10% to 81 billion euro. Observers warn that without strategic adjustment, including market diversification and innovation, Germany's export-driven growth model may face further headwinds in the coming years. And now, the United States has sharply lowered its proposed new tariffs in 13 Italian pressed manufacturers after a preliminary review of anti-dumping allegations. The review found that the previously suggested duties were higher than warranted. The U.S. Department of Commerce had initially proposed steep anti-dumping tariffs, claiming the Italian firms sold pasta at unfairly low prices. However, the revised findings have led to a significant downward adjustment, easing trade tensions between the two nations. The Italian government and pasta producers welcomed the decision, describing it as a win for fair trade and diplomacy. The updated tariffs are expected to reduce pressure on exporters and keep Italian pasta prices stable in the U.S. market. And wrapping up with some sport-related stories, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has downplayed comparisons with late Nigerian legend Rashidi Yekini, saying his focus remains squarely on helping the national team win matches rather than chasing individual records or historical milestones for personal recognition. Osimhen made the remarks after captaining Nigeria to a 3-1 victory over Uganda on Tuesday, a performance that reignited debates about his potential to surpass the Ekini's long-standing 37-goal international record for the Super Eagles. The Galatasaray forward said they never goes to bed thinking about breaking records, stressing that his priorities are goals, assists, teamwork, and commitment on the pitch. Osimhen added that collective success matters more than personal achievements, noting that winning matches for Nigeria and making fans proud remains his biggest motivation whenever he pulls on the national colours in competitive fixtures and high-pressure international tournaments ahead for the country and its supporters worldwide. Watching closely now, everywhere, consistently, always faithfully. And lastly, 7-time major singles champion Venus Williams, age 45, has received a wild card to compete in the Australian Open market for her oldest woman to play at the season-opening Grand Slam. The American returned to Melbourne Park for the main draw for the first time since 2021. Williams, a 2003 and 2017 Australian Open singles finalist, 5-time Wimbledon champion, and 2-time US Open winner, expressed excitement about returning. "I've had so many incredible memories there are, and I am grateful for the opportunity to return," she said, highlighting the tournament's significance to the career. She will also become the oldest woman at the Australian Open since Japan's Kimiko Date 44 in 2015. Williams, a 4-time Australian Open doubles champion, will prepare at the Auckland Classic starting next week, resuming competition after a 16-month break following her return at the US Open last year. Fans worldwide anticipate her participation in the January 18 to February 1 event. And that's a wrap on the World News this afternoon. But before we go, here is a quick recap of today's top stories. Federal government commits to implementing tax reforms to reduce borrowing, curb inflation, and restore public fiscal confidence. Nigeria police suspend tinted glass permit enforcement, citing legal issues and implementation uncertainty. Turkey plans to deploy drilling vessel to Somalia in February for its first deep water exploration abroad, advancing international energy ambition. Maduro signals openness to talks with President Trump on drugs and oil amid mounting pressure. And lastly, Osimhen downplays Yekini comparison, says parity is helping Super Eagles win, not personal records. And that's the news. We say many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us via social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a great afternoon. Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FEMWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Corner corners of Nigeria's rainforest and backyard gardens, a silent economy is crawling its way into the future, one shell at a time. It doesn't make noise, but it makes money. Welcome to the world of snail farming, a slow but sure cash craft with big returns. This is Cashcraft, and I remain Grace Komalafe. Snails, especially the Achatina species, are rich in protein, iron, calcium, and have growing demand in Europe, America, and across West Africa. Yet, Nigeria, despite its climate advantage, still imports processed snail products to meet market demands. Are you kidding? We sure don't have to import everything, right? Do you agree? So that works if you and I chooses to take the bull by its horn. The government's forced policy approval is one step in the right direction. Are you aware that with a startup of 100,000 naira, a farmer can begin with 100 snails and scale within 6 to 9 months? The export market is wide open. Beyond the meat, snail slime, yes, that growing trail is in high demand in cosmetic industry. A litre sells between 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira, with buyers ranging from skincare brands to pharmaceutical labs. And here is the beauty. Snails are low maintenance. They feed on kitchen waste, require minimal space, and reproduce rapidly in the right conditions. With proper care, one snail can lay up to 400 eggs in a year. Local sales in Lagos, Ibadan, and Port Harcourt already show promising profits. A matured snail sells between 500 naira to 1,500 naira, depending on size and species. But the real gold mile is export. Dried and frozen snail meats fetches higher prices in Europe, especially among Afro-Caribbean stores. As Nigeria's youth search for dignified income streams, snail farming offers an eco-friendly, capable, and sustainable path to wealth. Quiet but consistent, slow but rewarding. It's not just livestock, it's low-risk capital in a shell. Starting a snail business, whether rearing or selling, can be a profitable and low-risk venture, especially in regions like ours, Africa, where there is growing demand. Now, here are essential tips to guide you. 1. Decide your business model. You want to rear? Snail rearing means raising snails from hatchlings to maturity or sale. It could be meat or breeding. Now we'll go to 2 in that model, which is snail trading, by buying snails from farmers and reselling at retail or wholesale levels. And the 3rd in the model is value addition, by processing snails, which means you clean up, you package, or you frozen it, making snail oil or slime. 4 cosmetics. All of that are put together. Just decide which one you want to go for. 2, choose the right species for rearing. Choose fast-growing, highly reproductive, and climate-tolerant species like Achatina, the giant Ghana snail, Achatina fulica, Achatina marginata, commonly preferred in Nigeria. We move to 3. Understand the market. Visit local markets to assess demand and pricing. Identify your target, like restaurants, individuals, exporters, or cosmetic companies. We quickly move to 4. Get proper training. Learn the basics of snail biology, like feeding, housing, and health management. Attend short courses, join snail farming cooperatives, or follow credible online platforms. 5. Prepare a suitable environment for rearing, like housing. Use pens, boxes, trenches, or free-range setups. Ensure they are escape-proof. Okay? Now, soil. Moist, loamy soil is ideal. Shade and humidity. Protect snails from direct sunlight and maintain a humid environment. Cleanliness. Prevent fungi, ants, and pests with regular checks. Step 6. Feeding. Snails eat vegetables, fruits, leaves, and kitchen waste like pawpaw, watermelon, cocoyam, lettuce, and all of that. Provide calcium-rich foods like crushed eggshells or strong shell growth. Now we quickly move to 7, which is sourcing capital and stock. Start small and scale gradually. Buy healthy matured breeders from reputable farms. And now, number 8, keep records. Track feeding, mortality, breathing, and sales to understand performance and profitability. 9, register your business. Yes, it is important that you register your business with relevant authorities if going commercial. Explore cooperatives or government agricultural support programs. That's a very key one for your business validation and all. Again, do not forget that this is a wake-up call, not a professional advice. Seeing an expert will go a long way. And the number 10, which is the last, is marketing. Use word of mouth, social media, and local markets. Offer home delivery or bulk discounts. Educate consumers on snail health benefits. Yes, it has high protein and low fat. Stop thinking, just act now. The future of farming isn't just fast, it's smart. And in the snail business, slow and steady wins the cash. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shaped the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether it's just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda. Senegal.
Egypt.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to think, we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, Our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film. Because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said, today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian, is up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.